Hello. Hello and welcome to the Season 7 live watch along. Right, I've got a new bit of software so I can hear myself if I want it to, and I can also sort out what goes in and what goes out so I can watch an episode and not have the copyrighted audio play on the stream. But let's see, any of you watching? Here we go, Asmat, looking forward to this. Good, very good. Dylan was meant to be on this. Lord Sly, he was meant to be on this for the Spearhead from Space part, but he's not responding to me at all. Maybe he's not awake. Yeah, I don't know what's happened to him, to be honest. But yes, how are we all doing? We're all excited for Season 7. Last time, obviously, when I did this, I did the War Games all in one go. This time, I'm going to split it in half. I'm going to do Spearhead and Silurians today, and then we'll do Ambassadors and Inferno tomorrow, which will be, well, that's going to be a big one, because that'll be 14 in a row. Jeez. Whew. And then this one will be 11, which is just a little bit more than the War Games, but technically it's 2 stories a day, so slightly different structure. But yes, Season 7, which is definitely one of the most popular in the show, for sure, no doubt about that. Obviously, being John Pertwee's first season, I have seen all 4 stories before. I've seen Spearhead probably about 5 times, maybe 6, and I've seen Silurians, Ambassadors, and Inferno all once each. And I saw Inferno, I think I saw Inferno about 2 years ago, so it's been a while. And then I saw Silurians and Ambassadors about a year ago, maybe 6 months. Actually, no, I think it was about a year ago, actually, because it was when I was ill. So it would have been about a year ago, yeah, when I saw Silurians and Ambassadors. So it's been a fair while, whereas with Inferno it's been a few years. But Spearhead I've seen many times. I think I saw it for the first time in 2013. Then I saw it again. When I got the Blu-ray. I've watched that Blu-ray about 3 times now. Yeah, I've seen the Blu-ray, which is that one there. It's absolutely beautiful. This is going to be the first time I actually watch the DVD version, though, because my PC does not have a Blu-ray drive. So this will be the first time I watch the DVD version. So it'll be interesting to see what the downgrading quality is like, because the Blu-ray version is just spectacular. Absolutely love the Blu-ray version. I'm just going to attempt calling him to see what happens. See if he responds. It's definitely my favorite Classico season. I mean, it's not mine for reasons that I will probably get into when we watch the stories, but it is definitely up there, because obviously 4 stories, all of them of quality. John Pertwee, Liz Shaw, and Brigadier are great. It's very focused. It's very well executed. Like, in terms of what it's going for, it executes it pretty much nail on the head. However, I find there are things about, it's not necessarily with Season 7, it's not necessarily about what it does that I have issues with, because I really don't have that many issues with Season 7 for what it does, because what it does do is fantastic. But my sort of the reason why I don't favour towards Season 7, say, as much as a couple of the others and from the classic era, is mainly for what it doesn't do rather than what it does. Because my favourite part about this show is really in the heart of it, with, things like the TARDIS and adventuring to planets and time periods, and there's a certain magic the show has, especially when you look at something like the 60s, like Hartnell and Troughton era. There's this magic to the show that I feel like Season 7 doesn't have. So in a way, it kind of, I find a lot of Season 7, not all of it, because some of it, there's an exception, especially with Spearhead, but I find for a lot of Season 7, it lacks it lacks charm, which is just that little extra 5% that comes on the end of a lot of Doctor Who to why I love it. Whereas, because with other seasons that have some stories that are quite flawed, there is a charm to it that sort of gets me into it and hooks me, and I enjoy stories despite their misfortunes or whatever you call it. Whereas a season 7, it's more like it doesn't really have that charm, but it does do a lot of heavy lifting. Essentially, it kind of, if season 7 wasn't executed as well as it was, it would probably rank quite low for me because the charm isn't there. However, for what it is, it's so good that it ends up being one of the best purely out of its quality. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to explain without perspective and sort of going into the details, but there is something about season 7 that is missing in regards to how I compare it to other parts of the show. Like most notably, if I was to point to other seasons that I'm more charmed by in the show, for example, look at seasons 12, 13, and 14, look at season 2, look at season 26, and of course look at series 1, 3, 4, even 2 to an extent. They all have this charm to them, especially like Russell T Davies, Hinchcliffe, and the 60s. They all have this really specific charm to them. And even, I would say, something like season 10, which obviously, Planet of the Daleks isn't the best story. It's fine, but it's not, anywhere near as of quality as the season 7 stories are. Season 10 has a charm to it that I prefer over season 7, in the sense that it's a lot more in the magic of the show. It's got, the TARDIS, it's got Joe Grant and the Doctor traveling around, it's got the Master in it, it's got, you've obviously got the 3 Doctors, you've got like really creative concept like Carnival of Monsters, and something like the Green Death is very similar to season 7 in how that it's Earth-based, but there is a magic to it that is different to season 7. So I think, for me, probably why season 7 doesn't rank at the very top is because the style of the show is it's a lot more like Quatermass rather than Doctor Who, is kind of how I would put it. Aside from the only exception being, obviously, the Autons is a very Doctor Who idea. And obviously you have the central character as well, but the way the show's made, it's not exactly what I would call my kind of Who. But that's just kind of how I feel about it. Yeah, I agree with a lot with what you're saying. I'm possibly biased because Pertwee's my first classic Doctor. I should do a rewatch some other season at some point. Yeah, I mean, I love season 10. Like, season 10 is awesome, and it has a lot more variety than season 7, I find. Yeah. Dylan's not replying at all. So, I suppose if he's just gonna be asleep and miss the deadline, I suppose at some point we're just gonna have to start watching it without him, which will be his loss. Because I know that Dylan's favourite season of all time is season 7, so it's all on him, I suppose. Maybe give him another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll hit the play button. Hopefully, he can wake up and join by then. But yeah, despite everything I just said, I'm very excited to get into this. I think the second day, tomorrow, will be the most interesting one, because the first day, like, I'm pretty much, I think with the first stream, I'm pretty much, it's going to be largely predictable, because I know I've seen Spearhead so many times before, and I know I love it, always will, never haven't. It's just a classic. It's so, it's just one of those stories that's like, it's just so consistently, every time you watch it, it's just, you feel the same way about it. At least for me, I always feel the same way about it. I always just love it the same each time. And then with Silurians, even though I've only seen it once, it's one of those stories that it's so richly deep in the way it's written and the politics around it and all the characters that I just, from memory, it's like it's a captivating watch. It's an absolute banger. So I think today's one's going to be great. Spearhead and Silurians, pretty predictable that I'm just going to probably enjoy them a lot like I have when I've seen them before. The most interesting stream is going to be tomorrow when we do Ambassadors and Inferno, because I've seen both of them once each, and Ambassadors of Death was a story that I liked, but I didn't quite click with the same way that it has for other people. It's when I was talking before about Season 7's tone being different to the magic of Doctor Who, the Ambassadors of Death is the most extreme example of that in Season 7, in that it's very cold, especially the third Doctor, the way he's characterized, it's very cold in that. But I think possibly when I go for my rewatch of it tomorrow, maybe it'll click more into place. I just think the first time I watched it, I was expecting something different, and I was kind of taken aback by how dry it was. Like, it was a really, really, like, there was hardly any humor. There's hardly any smiling. The Doctor was never really, from what I remember, he was hardly ever charming. He was very focused on his job, and it was action packed for sure. And the cliffhangers were great. I liked those, and the action scenes were really well executed. But I just remember that the feel of it just didn't sit right with me. It was so distant from what I thought it was going to be, and then maybe tomorrow that'll change. And then with Inferno, it's been a couple of years. So out of the 4 stories in the season, it's the one I haven't seen in a long time. So I'm going to be excited to watch that again, similar to what I was with the War Games last stream. So I'm really excited to get into the Inferno again because it's been so long. But I do remember loving Inferno when I watched it. So, but yeah, really keen. If I'm just thinking, like, because I think Dylan said he can only join if he is going to join at all, whereas he was only going to join for Spearhead. I was just thinking, like, it might be good to get some other people on this one, because I remember, even though I love doing the War Games thing by myself, it's always better to watch this show with other people. So I think I'm considering, if I can, I might try and see if I can get guests on through Discord. So I can have a bit of a conversation, because otherwise it's just going to be me sitting there enjoying the episode with dead air, which might not be the most entertaining thing. Sometimes when I'm watching Doctor Who and I'm not with other people, I tend to get a bit internal and not as interactive. But if I'm having a conversation, it's different. Obviously, like, whenever I've had Jake and Adam on, it's always just fire. The conversation is always going. So, do you guys have any questions about anything? It doesn't even have to be about this stream, just about the channel in general, or just anything really before we start. I'll get them out the way before we dig right in. If not, make sure you get your DVDs or your BritBox ready, so you can all watch along. But, yes. This should be very interesting. Come on, Dylan. Where are you? Somebody wake him up. I'm going to put it in a group. Have you filmed Gridlock yet? No. The reason why I'm doing this stream this week is because Jake's having a week off to do university stuff. So I've made the most of this opportunity, now that we have a week off from filming that stuff, to do this, get this out the way now, so while there's space for it. But next week, hopefully, we will do some more vids. If Adam's available, we'll do Gridlock and possibly the Dalek two-parter, depending on how much time Jake has. And if Adam isn't available, then we'll probably do Ghost Machine and Cyberwoman for Torchwood, depending. Yeah, that's the plan. All steady and good to go. But yeah, I'm so looking forward to Jake getting to more Series 3. Like, spoiler for any of you who haven't watched those videos, even though you probably should have by now, but so far Jake has been very positive on it. He gave Smith & Jones a 9, and he gave the Shakespeare Code a 10, which was a big surprise, even though obviously Adam and I loved those episodes too. I was gobsmacked that Jake was that positive on it. Like, usually he's a bit harsher on the ratings. In the past he has been, but with Series 3 so far, he's really clicking with it. He's massively, like, just has loved it so far. It's really been his vibe, so that's great. And I'm really looking forward to him getting into Gridlock, because I know he loves the face of Bo, and with what he's been giving us about, you know, Smith & Jones and Shakespeare Code so far with the vibe of Series 3, it's been great. And then also on top of that, you've got the fact that it's the end of the New Earth trilogy, and sort of, for those people that weren't a fan of New Earth, the episode from Series 2, it's a lot of ways, it's kind of a redemption of that, because Gridlock it kind of flips a lot of things on its head. And then also you get the whole thing around Jake. Jake has this loving interest for the Time War stuff and developing the Doctor's character. So far he's been a big fan of Martha, and any episode that focuses around the Doctor and reveals things about him tends to be ones that he likes. So I just feel like stars are gonna align for this. I mean, I don't want to get my hopes up, and I touch wood because I don't want Jake to dislike it now, you know, because I jinxed it. But wow, it's just when you put all those pieces together, it's looking good. And not only that, but let alone when he gets to Human Nature, Family of Blood. And then when he gets to finally rewatch Blink after all these years, because he has seen Blink before, but it was a long time ago, and it was the first one he ever watched. And then Utopia, Sound of Drums, and Last of the Time Lords. Like, there's so much for Jake to see now. And Adam and I are genuinely interested to see what he thinks of the Dalek two-parter, because we know he has strange tastes like us. And even though it's a very disliked story, like, knowing what Jake's like, you never know, he might be into it. Hopefully he is. But yeah, I'm really intrigued. He's got such a interesting mind, Jake, especially around music, but just in general, he's got such a wonderful perspective on art that is uncommon to what you usually see. He doesn't really fit into a box, because he's not mainstream at all, but he's also not your typical outside the box hipster either. He's not like one of those people that, he's not like a, you know, an edgy Classic Who fan. He's not you know, he's not someone that's like that is so down on life that they get off the BoJack Horseman and all that. He's just got such an interesting mind, and it's so hard to pinpoint exactly what makes Jake tick, but it's like he always surprises you with so many of his opinions, and usually they're really either enlightening or interesting, or even if I disagree with him, like his dislike for the ending of the Doctor Dances or his dislike for the Cybermen, it's just like, it's so bizarre, because usually I would think he would love those things, and then he shows a different side. But then you get stuff like how he loved Boomtown, and how he enjoyed Fear Her, and then how he gave the Shakespeare Code a 10 out of 10. Like, it's so hard to predict him, Jake. He's a wild card, and that's what makes him so captivating, I think. Oh dear. Dylan, where the hell are you, mate? If he's not here in the next... If he doesn't send me a message in the next, like, 2 or so minutes, I'll probably start without him. Because he can't be wasting any more time. I just sent a message to the Lord Slar Discord server saying, someone wake up Dylan. He's meant to be in my stream right now. And Shay Kellier responded saying, the absolute gronk. Oh dear. Bloody Dylan. Ah, appalling behaviour. One thing I like about Pertween Spearhead is that he's a lot more quirky than he would go on to be. Yeah, he is actually, yeah. It's almost like he's still clinging on to the parts of the second Doctor's personality. He hasn't fully settled into himself yet. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think the Doctor in Spearhead is certainly a lot more... He's a lot more charming in that than he is in the other Season 7 stories. Oh, there he is. Get in the fucking stream, Dylan. Hurry up. Oh, what? He's going to join for ambassadors? I'll be there in 5 minutes. Okay. Fucking finally. Ugh. Useless. Oh. I offered Shay to come on here, but he doesn't have his DVDs with him. Great planning. Alright, Lord Sly will be here soon. Then we can hit play. Bloody Dylan. Bloody Torchwood. Did any of you see my Twitter post about New Zealand music? I just had this random lapse where I was like, I think it's weird how like I can associate like New Zealand music with just knowing, and it's so like vivid in my mind, and then to think that there's so many people out there that just have never heard it, I have no idea what it is. I just thought would be interesting to see what people think of it who haven't ever heard it before, and it would be funny if people listen to it and they're like, this is absolute garbage, and I'm just like, yep, it was all nostalgia. It was all nostalgia. Yeah. I mean, I think most people know Lorde because obviously she was a chart topper, but that's a bit different because Lorde made her music in the US. But what I mean is music that was actually made in New Zealand. And there is some of it that's honestly not that bad, or at least I think it isn't. Especially Wandering Eye. The 10-minute version of Wandering Eye is actually a really good reggae song, I reckon. It's got a nice build to it. The other three I put on there were definitely nostalgia choices. Like songs that would play on TV all the time. Yeah. I just had a thought about it. I was just like, it's so weird to think that people in other countries just never heard this stuff. You know? Yes. Non-concurrent viewers, not bad. I haven't checked those out yet, but I probably will at some point. I mean, I'm not going to promise they're anything of quality, but I just thought that it would be interesting for someone in another country that's never heard these songs before, that I've probably heard hundreds of times because they were on TV ads and whatnot, or like just played on TV. It'd just be interesting to hear what you all think of them. Funnily enough, I a couple of weeks ago I recorded something for Brian's channel. He's doing his little podcast thing that's a bit of a more sort of real life podcast. It's not really about Doctor Who. He hasn't released the episode that I was on yet, but on that, a lot of the conversation he was asking me about New Zealand, because he knew nothing about New Zealand. He's obviously from America. And it was interesting to talk about the differences between New Zealand and the US and a bunch of things to do with that. So, yeah, when that comes out, it should be interesting, I reckon. Because Brian does ask me a lot of questions about New Zealand. And it was just, I was like, this is interesting to share because it's just stuff that's common knowledge for me, but most people don't know if you don't live here. So, yeah. Oh, I think Dylan might be on Discord. Let's hope. Let us hope. Hello?
Hello.
Oh god, you sound tired.
Yeah, I'm alright. Yeah. Sorry, I got this confused with Tuesday,
Oh
more
yeah.
or less.
Oh right, yeah, because it's a 2-day stream. Like I'm doing two stories today and 2 stories tomorrow.
All right, because I saw that it said it on Tuesday on the other one. And I thought, it's on Tuesday. That's all right then.
No.
I can still do it now.
Yeah, I know, but it says on the post, it says Monday Spearhead and Silurians, and then Tuesday Ambassadors Inferno.
Oh, I don't. And now I realised that my PS4's broken because that's what I've been using for my DVD player while I've been home. Well, not the PS4 isn't broken, but my last controller for it broke. And so now I've had to dig out my old laptop back, the disk drive, downstairs.
All right.
So just everything's going wrong for me, and I've only been up 5 minutes. So, not starting off the day very well. That's okay. I'm going to get treated with some Season 7 goodness.
It sounds like your
nose. I've got to get some other headphones.
It sounds like your nose is blocked.
Nah, it's not. I'm just sound weird. Sorry for the Doctor Who noise in the background. My headphones. There we go.
All right.
Right, I'm now ready to begin.
Are we?
From space.
Oh wow, we are ready to begin. Okay, so
only 35 minutes late. Very sorry about that.
It's all right. If it was 2 7-parters, I might be in trouble, but thankfully it's not. So we shall begin very soon. So have you got your Spearhead from Space ready to begin from episode 1?
Say when.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, just let that theme tune fill your ears. And I've just hurt my back. Ow. Things aren't going well here. Help me, Season 7.
This is the first time I've watched my DVD version of this, because I usually watch the Blu-ray.
I don't actually have the Blu-ray.
Oh, the Blu-ray
I do, however, have...
The Blu-ray is absolutely beautiful.
Maybe I'll get it then. I have 2 copies.
I mean, if you fix your PS4...
I was forced to buy it. I had to buy 2 copies of this because they force you to buy Spearhead from Space again to get Terror of the Autons. I don't know if they do that in New Zealand as well, but Terror of the Autons only sold the box set for Spearhead.
Yeah. That's why
I already bought the original release.
That's the only reason why I have the DVD, is because I wanted Terror of the Autons and I got this as well. But I have the Blu-ray and it's just it's probably
it's definitely going to be better than
it's quite
this version, because this is one of the lowest quality DVDs.
Oh, I've got the special one. Is that still low quality?
No idea. I've never actually watched that version of it.
Oh, okay.
There's just something about this DVD, I don't know. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just the way it was filmed, like the actual episode, but I've always felt that this DVD, because it was one of the early releases, was lower quality. But it might just be because it was all
I have the original
location.
I have the original Robots of Death DVD, and that one looks like garbage.
Yeah, because maybe I'm not wrong, because I actually have the special edition of Robots of Death, because I didn't get the original.
Like, it looks like someone just covered it in grey paint.
Yeah, that is a bit true on this release, I think.
Okay, so this still looks good, but it's not as good as the Blu-ray. Like the Blu-ray is just it's like watching a film.
All right, you've convinced me. I'm getting the Blu-ray. Get the
Yeah,
Blu-ray, guys. Doing
yeah,
Lord Star live stream. We're doing Blu-ray Spearhead from Space. If you don't want Blu-ray Spearhead from
yeah.
Head, get
As long
killed.
as long as you have
That's right.
like a decent sized TV and you've got like a Blu-ray player like a PS4 working, then it's yeah you can play it.
Do you know how many bloody PS4 controllers I went through?
Yeah. The only thing the Blu-ray doesn't improve
Like
on
five.
though, the only thing the Blu-ray doesn't improve on though that well is the audio because obviously the audio isn't recorded that well in this. It's all like external audio.
Yeah, I'm surprised like Mark Ayers can work his magic with it.
Yeah.
He does a great job on the missing episode anime. Like, I watched the Power of the Daleks reconstruction quite a few times before the animation,
Mm.
and yeah, the audio is just horrific in parts that in there, but Mark Ayers just completely fixes it.
Mm. Ah, so I've just my last stream I did was the war game, so this is like a follow up to that. So
Oh, what?
I'm fresh off that.
Very tonally different though.
Mm-hmm. Very different. I think the one thing that carries over to this story though is it has that Robert Holmes charm to it, so it still kind of feels like the same show. Like if you went straight from
Yeah,
the Troughton era to the Ambassadors of Death, I think that would be far too much of a change.
or even just the Silurians, because that's when
Mm.
season 7 really becomes season 7.
Yeah.
So I mean, because this one's produced by Derek Sherwin, who was only producer for the War Games and this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
If only they'd done this with Shahada, where it's like
Also,
you're on strike.
have
Well,
you actually
fuck you,
gotten
we're
to
just
watch
gonna
have you actually gotten to watch Thunderbirds yet?
Thunderbirds. Nah, I'm one.
No, you haven't? Okay. Because the score from this story reminds me a lot of Thunderbirds, actually.
Dudley Simpson ripping people off, get him sued.
Hmm.
Why does Brigadier live in the cupboard? I mean, just the sound is so awful. You're right.
It's weird. I recently watched the first episode of Torchwood again, and there's a scene in that that's almost identical to this, but it's so much more like sexualized. Because it's like Captain Jack and Gwen in a bar, and he's talking the same with the Brigadieros, but it's all with like perversion added onto it.
I mean, doesn't that just so amusing? No, it doesn't really. But
Yeah.
sums up Torchwood. It's just Doctor Who, but with more sex.
Yes, yes, Chris Chibnall. More sex.
That is what the children, I mean, not the young adults are into. The sex. Therefore, have sex beast space and sexy Cyberman from space.
Yeah, it's like one of the
He's getting high as a kite in the middle of the woods, man.
one of the bits of dialogue Chris Chibnall gave Jack in that sex gas episode was like Gwen was new and she tried to get into like a barred off area because it's like a crime scene, and they're like, "Who are you? You're not allowed in here." And then Jack came along and said something like, "Actually, she's got all the right curves in all the right places." It was just
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not. I don't know if I'm a fan of that bit of dialogue. Can't condone that.
it's just Chris Chibnall like, "This is what a man who likes sex would say."
Why do you voice him like the androids from Time Lash.
I haven't seen
And here's
Time
what
Lash.
people who like sex would say. Well, your voice was exactly like the android.
I haven't seen Time Lash.
And the funniest part, there's actually a bit of dialogue where it's like, one of the people's talking about how like, oh yeah, Perry was incredible, wasn't she, the android? It's like, yes, she was pretty.
You know what I like about Brigadier in this is that previously he was baffled by the Doctor, and now he's a bit like, I know a little bit about him. I know a bit more than you about this man. And then when he meets him, he's just like, who's that? And he realizes he doesn't know that anything about him at all.
You could probably spend all of about 4 days in each other's company in total at this point.
Also,
Weather of Fear must span about 2 days, and so
okay,
must the invasion.
so
Oh, what does the invasion last longer?
also the unit timeline. I know we shouldn't probably get into this, but doesn't the invasion take place in like 1979?
Look, they don't say it in the program, so let's just pretend it doesn't matter. They're all self-contained stories, okay? Just who cares about this timeline?
Yep. The Timeless Children is a self-contained story. It has no bearing on the show.
No, well, that was not canon. not in my canon, anyway. People can have whatever canon they like.
Is this the first time they say the Doctor has two hearts?
No. Maybe. I don't know. I swear there's something in the Troughton, but I'm not sure. I think maybe this is the first time, but I'm not sure.
Like I said, it's got that Robert Holmes comedic charm to it, you know? Also, the balls on Derek Sherwin to let the man who wrote the Crotons and the Space Pirates open the new era.
They must have really liked the Space Pirates at the script department.
Yeah.
Well, they probably like the fact that he actually submitted 2 complete scripts because, I don't know if you know, but during season 6, they really struggled to get complete scripts.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Terrence Dicks had to finish off the Dominators, I think.
Yeah.
Then, of course, with the Mind Robber...
That's kind of because...
With the Mind Robber, they had to add another episode.
Yeah, because they needed to cut down the Dominator.
Yeah,
because it just so happened the added episode's one of the best ever singular episodes of Doctor Who, you know?
What, the Mind Robber Part 1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so abstract and scary.
It's kind of... Yeah, it's kind of like... When you think of Scherzo, it's kind of like what Mind Robber Part 1 is a bit like. That sort of vibe, you know? Maybe a little bit more intense. Whenever I listen to Scherzo, it's kind of like a blend of the style you get from Mind Robber Part 1 and Warrior's Gate. I think of those 2 stories.
Is that just because of the color white, though?
It's not just that. It's also it's like the weird trippy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they all 3 of them are pretty trippy stories.
Yeah, well, because
I feel that only Mind Robber Part 1 really capitalizes on the idea of just being completely out of the rules of their own universe.
Well, it's because they didn't have much to work with, so they had to.
Yeah, exactly. But you know,
whereas Warrior's Gate has an actual Warrior's Gate has an actual cast and like a building and a set and a bunch of rooms and a spaceship. Whereas
necessity is the mother of engine. Yeah. That's what it is.
Also, Warrior's Gate has to have that because it's 4 episodes, not just 1.
I haven't watched Warrior's Gate in ages, actually. I didn't like it last time I watched it. I have liked it in the past, but it's one of those... Because, like, there's I'd say about 65% of classics I revisit all the time and are very intimately familiar with, but then the rest of it I barely ever watch for whatever reason, even if I like the episode. Some like Image of the Fendal, I barely ever watch that, but I do actually like it.
Image of the Fendal is one of those ones that I never really think about unless I see it written down.
Yeah. Maybe I'll rewatch Warriors.
I think Warriors Gate's in Shay's top 5, along with Paradise Towers.
Oh, no, he loves it.
Yeah.
Like, he ejaculates
Honestly,
over that
Warriors
open
Gate
shot
at a
all the
conceptual
time.
level is actually genius. It's just, I think maybe the execution could have been handled a little bit better, but I still really like it. The only thing about it that I hate is Romana's exit. That was garbage. Oh, I love this scene.
I love how Unit flip-flops between being super secret and then everybody knows about it and is questioned by the press.
Oh, I love this. I love this so much.
It's like in the Three Doctors when like the guy says, can we use your equipment? And it's like, oh no, we're only a super secret establishment. And there's like a big sign outside that says Unit, United Nations Intelligence Task Force, keep out.
I just love it how big it is. Like, no. I want to do this myself. I don't want to get anyone else involved.
I want to see him nut a reporter, like just forehead.
I love Nick Courtney. Jeez, you alright? You're fumbling around?
Yeah, I was just changing the date on my calendar.
Oh. Oh, this shot's great.
Yeah, is it Derek Martinus who directs this? He deserves a medal because he managed to get so much out of
It's just
like basically nothing.
It's like watching a military film,
but with more tentacles.
Honestly, I wish. Not gonna lie, I kind of wish most of the Pertwee era was shot like this.
I know. I prefer how some of the other season 7 episodes are directed, particularly Inferno.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm not saying all of it. I think some of it should have been directed like this, though. Obviously, it's way too expensive, but
yeah.
If I had a choice between like this and garish green screen, I'd choose this.
Oh well, yeah, of course.
Like Terror of the Autons looks is ugly.
It really is.
Yeah.
But I think that has to be the worst looking episode of Doctor Who, aside from like Underworld.
New Earth's pretty ugly.
At least Terror of the Autumn's entertaining though. The world is just
New Earth is pretty ugly, to be honest.
Oh yeah, that is too. There's too much green,
especially the outside shots, like with all the wind and the like hospital on a beach side is just disgusting.
The episode feels diseased.
Yeah.
Thematic directing, man.
This is one of those scenes where, like, it would be one of those ones that people just look up on YouTube if they didn't have the DVD. Because it's just must see, you know?
It's like, yes, I've watched Classic Who, has only watched all of the Doctor Who clips of Classic Who on YouTube.
Yeah, like regeneration scenes, post-regeneration scenes, you know? All the title sequences.
My favourite Doctor is the Sixth Doctor because they have a good title sequence.
Well, it's funny because I used to think Troughton was going to be rubbish because I didn't like his I didn't like the vibe I got of it as a kid. But then as soon as I saw an actual episode, like I saw Tomb of the Cybermen, I was like, oh, he's great.
You thought you would like him because of the titles?
No. I thought he was going to be rubbish because I didn't like the vibe that I was getting off like the small bits and pieces I was seeing. Because I remember I saw the War Games bit where he was angry at the Time Lords. I'm like, oh, he's a bit mean. And then like
He's a bit mean.
I saw his face in the titles.
Like the god beings.
I had no concept of it because I hadn't seen the story. And then I saw the title sequence and I saw his smile. I'm like, oh, he looks a bit silly.
Like, oh yeah, he is a bit.
But I got bad vibes of it for some reason, and I was like, oh, he's one of the rubbish ones because no one ever talks about him. And then I realized the reason why is because his episodes are all missing. This was like This was pre-Enemy of the World Web of Fear era as well.
I was still waving the Troughton flag before that, like ever since I'd
first watched Tomb of the Sidemen, I think it was like
Well, yeah,
8 or something.
exactly. But I hadn't seen any stories with them like in full at that point, except for maybe the Three Doctors, which again, like it's the Three Doctors, not a Troughton story.
I mean, the 60s in general has gone through a bit of a renaissance within the,
Oh, yeah, ever since like
fan
the
base.
ever since
Specifically Hartnell.
yeah, especially like the first step was like the animations, then it was Enemy and Web recovery, and then after that it was the Twitch streams.
Oh yeah, the Twitch streams definitely helped a lot. People realized that what they've been told about Doctors, like the first Doctor, was all wrong.
Yeah.
Isn't that the guy from Planet of the Daleks?
Yeah, I think so.
Guy on the right.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And one of my favorite things is looking through the episode and see, he was in that other one. If I'm just watching old BBC TV in general, you get to do that. It's like, oh yeah, he was in Doctor Who.
So if you want to know like what the vibe of classic Thunderbirds is like, it's like this episode but with puppets. Like, it's kind of hard to explain, but it's pretty close to that. What is it with the Pertwee era and like weird farmers and poachers?
That's a good point. I mean, they're a bit more friendly in the Green Death line.
I can't understand a fucking word he's saying.
You can't understand him.
Not really.
You just said, didn't say that, didn't I, son?
Exactly.
Just
Yeah,
asking.
I sort of caught that, but like the slang is losing me. Where's my shoes? Yeah.
What year is it?
I don't know if this is intentional, but this is in season 7. This is the one where Pertwee feels the most like Troughton. I think it's because he's getting used to his new like persona, and there's a little bit of like, scattiness to him. But then from
often is in post generation stories.
But then like Silurians onwards, he's just a straight up like hard, cold-blooded asshole for the whole thing. Especially in Ambassadors, like, he's
I think he's just realised that he's stuck on Earth and it's like,
he's like a fucking ice dagger in Ambassadors. Like, there's no smiling, no joking. He's just right onto it,
Right, cut it open.
I think
he's trying to play like the most airheaded nurse possible, by the way she's speaking.
Yeah,
it's hilarious.
I think it's like he doesn't. He's sort of like he's trying to figure out who he is at this point, and I think by the time you get to the end of this story, he sort of realized like what kind of authority he has now. Because like the Third Doctor has way more authority than the second.
A little pixie.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I can actually tell people what to do now. This is good. This is very useful.
I don't just look like a hobo now.
And he's like, I can dress in style. People will think that I'm a bureaucrat, but I'm really not. In fact, I hate them.
God, that guy's had a bit too much spray tan. Yeah. That guy looks like a Gestapo.
Yeah, I think I saw a video of from Samuel Davis last night. It was such a weird video. It was like a sort of a joke, half joke thing where he was like ranking the Doctors from like most Tory to least Tory, and he said like about Pertwee, it's like he looks and acts like a Tory, but his values are the opposite to a Tory.
Yeah, it's like he's an anarchist. Like he's an anarchist who dresses like an aristocrat.
Yeah,
I quite like that dichotomy, the juxtaposition rather.
Yeah.
It's like, because a lot of people do have that misconception. In fact, Verity Lambert herself had this misconception about the Third Doctor. She said he was too establishment. But I don't think she knows the fact that he looks establishment. He sounds established. But when you actually see what he says and does, he's an anarchist, basically.
Absolutely, yeah. But it's just that he has that air of authority about him that might like draw people to think he's a bureaucrat and like an aristocrat, but he isn't. He just uses that authority to his advantage. and in that way,
Yeah,
once
and there are
once
a
you
couple
once
of
you
dodgy lines he does have.
oh yeah,
Like
but
when he says to Joe, just like, obey the Brigadier
oh god,
from the demons.
yeah, true. But the thing is, overall, like once you get that nuance of his character, you can realize he's actually is quite manipulative. It's just not the same way as he was before.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is the most abrupt cliffhanger ever.
Fuck. So I've just added that line on the end of his sentence. It would have been so much better if it did actually.
It's a shame it doesn't have the sting yet though. That didn't come till Ambassadors.
Why have they got the credits slightly to the right?
Because it's manual, I think. They're like, oh, just point it there. That'll do.
Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough.
Yeah. Also, for people watching, I don't know if BritBox is it does this, but like,
My God.
oh my god, so American.
Anglophile.
Basically, I'm just gonna let
such an English person.
I'm just gonna let the DVD play through.
You'll better tell them when part 2 begins.
Yeah.
Currently, we're looking at Derek Meadows, who was the sound recorder. He didn't do a very good job, but I don't think it was his fault.
Oh, Terrence, rest in peace.
Rip. I'd forgotten he was dead, so thanks for reminding me.
Yeah.
Put the damper on the day. It's terrible. Yeah, I'm going to my window, so I don't show.
It starts now. Yep, there we go. Part 2 has begun. And we have the Darth Vader helmet that goes into Pertwee's face. And the logo's on now. So hopefully people can sync up to that.
Alright, I have returned.
And
What's the chat saying then?
And the story begins now. Yep, there we go. Hopefully that works and people don't get lost. Stop firing, you fool! I haven't actually checked the chat yet.
Yeah, I'm having a look now.
I'm gonna have a look now.
That globe looks pretty good for 1970. Oh well, that's right at the beginning of part 1.
Oh yeah, not that many comments. If this format of me going just letting the episode play through doesn't work for you guys watching, just let me know and we'll do a pause next time.
Yeah, when I did the big watch along, when lockdown just happened, I did a countdown before every episode. So
Okay. Yeah, true.
there's actually some BritBox users in my stream.
BritBox.
Oh my god, such an Anglophile. You know, I like how English David Tennant is. I want to be English like him.
I like the way he says you're doing platoon on the moon. So English.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, Americans, but it's just when you call things like, you know, streaming services for British programs, BritBox, you know, you deserve everything you get. That's all I'm saying.
To be fair, they are funding the animation, so we should be nice to them.
Whatever, you know. I give them my money. I can take it.
Although to be fair, on the other side of that, fucking we're probably gonna get like the Space Pirates before Dalek's Master Plan or Marco Polo, knowing the Americans. Oh, they said pause next time, please. Okay. Yeah, next time we do it, I'll pause it.
Currently looking at a bit of plastic.
Yeah. Living plastic creatures. Just need some anti-plastic.
I wonder how the Nestines worked out that the Doctor was here and he was an alien so quickly.
I mean, maybe the Time Lord sent them there to test the Doctor to see if he could handle it. That'd be really mean of them.
So, yeah, we're not going to kill you. We're just going to exile you, then send somebody to kill you.
Oh, I love how part 2 begins with, like, all the plastic dummies being built. Oh, this is just horrifying to watch. It's weird, because, like, this is normal, but because we know that the plastic is, like, controlled, it makes it
she's
so...
had too much Stan.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, even she actually looks a bit pplastic.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what they've been doing. They're putting way too much makeup
it's
on everybody.
horrifying. It's absolutely horrifying to just see their faces, like... Ugh.
Especially when, like, it's holding the head of, what's meant to be a child and just pricks it open with just a massive nail.
Yeah.
Oh my god, first nude scene in Doctor Who.
Oh, Jesus. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure Ben Jackson was shirtless in The Smugglers.
Oh, that's not nude. Doesn't even get his cock out, mate.
Oh, yeah, Polly.
Matt Smith got his cock
Polly,
out.
my darling. Oh, yeah, Matt Smith. Clara! Do you reckon this is the, like, the grandmother of Martha's dad's, sugar baby in Smith and Jones?
Grandma's dad's Martha... what? Has a sugar what?
You know how, Martha's dad is a sugar daddy, right? And he has that blonde woman that he buys clothes for.
I haven't watched Series 3 in so long. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
This is news to me. Since when was he a sugar daddy?
In the first episode in Smith and Jones.
Yeah, I haven't watched that one since, like, 2010.
Okay.
I rewatched it once when I was little, when I still was kind of into new.
I suppose it's probably because you don't give a crap about the Jadoon. Would make sense.
They're rhinos in suits, man. Like, what's so interesting about them?
But it's like the juxtaposition of, like, their police and their rhinos at the same time.
Wow, what a theme you've got there, Connor.
It's not a theme, it's just funny.
Rhino police, funny. Rhino police go brrr.
Rhino police go brrr.
Yeah, he's got like me crying. It's like, no, they're just rhinos in suits. There's no need to do that, me.
Yeah, this guy's hyperventilating.
Imagine if you're an actor and you get paid to do 4 episodes where all you have to do is just kind of look a bit creepy for the entire time. He barely speaks.
Yeah.
He just stares at people like that. Something.
What is that noise you're making?
All the music in season 7 is great.
Or
It's
all
one of the best scores.
I mean, all the everything in season 7 is great. To be fair.
Yeah. But it just struck me the score there because it's just in every single one.
I'm telling
Great.
you,
Even when they're using stock
I'm
music.
telling you, Thunderbird's music sounds exactly like this. It's just.
And this is just before they discovered the synth. Like, they perfected Doctor Who music. And
Also,
then they discovered the synth.
You know what's crazy about Thunderbirds?
Ruined it.
Thunderbirds was made in the mid '60s, right? And it's in color.
Oh my god.
It's a British TV show with puppets in it, made for children in the mid '60s, and it's in color. But it had to be because
Did ITV go into colour before the BBC? 'Cause I'm pretty sure Thunderbirds was ITV.
yeah, I think they might have.
Oh, got some nice year in there. So they've ran out of materials on set to use in the science lab. So I just take a piss in this jug, man.
And because Thunderbirds is filmed with puppets and it's all like miniature sized, it has such a great scale to it because they can make it big. I can see why someone who's seen so much of the show wouldn't be that interested in this story because a lot of it is very introductory. But I feel like if you were to show someone classic who had never seen it before and hadn't seen that much of the show, this would actually be a really good one to start on. 'Cause it really gets the ball rolling, if you know what I mean. But a lot of it is just stuff that.
Be a reintroduction as well.
But if you've seen,
this was actually the first episode for the longest time. Like the Doctor Who never had a break as long as this between the War Games. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the show nearly got cancelled. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. But like the thing is, like New Who has just reused a lot of stuff from this story, time and time again. So I think people watching this who've seen New Who, try to get into classic Who, might think like, oh well, I've seen all this before. I've seen the Autons before. I've had characters be like, oh, he's got a police box that can travel in time and space. What? You know, that sort of thing. Because it's been done
like
again.
Classic Who's one and only kind of episode that really feels like a reintroduction to the show.
Absolutely.
Whereas in New Who, there's about 5 of them.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Rose, which that one's fair enough.
Yeah.
And then you've got
the 11th hour.
11th hour.
Yeah.
Can kind of get it. And then you got the pilot. It's like, was that really necessary?
Some people, I mean, Deep Breath in a way is also, from Moffat's point of view, also a reboot in some ways. But then you got the pilot, and then you got the Woman Who Fell to Earth.
Capaldi's got 2 reboots. Woman Who Fell to Earth is fair.
Yeah.
The show needed just a...
Well, Capaldi's first reboot is like, oh, it's a big change, and his second reboot's like, you all hated Hellbent. Here's another reboot.
But it's like, Moffat built Series 8 as a big the show, but was it really that much different from Matt Smith?
Not really.
It was just like a bit darker on a surface level.
Mm. I mean, it's the character relationships are slightly more complex, but the writing is still kind of garbage.
Why are you staring at woman? That's what you need to say at Fox today. Learn your lesson from Sam Seeley. This man is on the Fox patrol. He has killed many Fox.
Yeah. I think Spearhead from Space is like the perfect example of how to execute the basics of Doctor Who, like in a nutshell. Apart from the audio. That's the only part that's like, it's too echoey.
Yeah, Chibnall's probably watched this and thought, right, this is how a Doctor Who episode works. Let's just take all the disparate elements from this and then just jumble them up. And it's like, there's an episode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's how I made Praxius.
To be... I mean, Praxius really is the most average story of all time, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if I did the top 20 average stories list,
yeah,
like people wanted me to, Praxius would...
Yeah, like 90% of it is bang on average, and then there's like 5% of it that's great, and then 5% of it that's shit. And that's it. You can sum that up with Praxius. It's so down the middle.
An episode that average makes it worse than some
bad episodes for me. Because there's no entertainment value whatsoever.
Mm.
The straws were far better.
I would definitely rather watch Fear Her than Praxius. I'll put it that way.
Exactly. Oh yes, the lad has escaped. I like that. That's quite funny. Like, well, that's got to apply to me.
Doctors only.
I can imagine, like, when Robert Holmes does it, it's just like a quick visual gag. But imagine if Moffat did that. I'd be like, have Capaldi go,
I think if there's one thing...
I've always said that I am a bit of a doctor.
Like, if there was one thing with Pertwee's Doctor I wish they did just a little bit more of. I mean, they did do some of it, especially in stuff like this and The Green Death and a bunch of other stories, especially with Curse of Peladon too. But I kind of wish they tapped into his comedic side a little bit more. Because John Pertwee is really funny.
Well, the reason he took the role is because he was sick of being typecast as like the comedy character,
Mm.
and they promised that he'd be much more serious.
And he was, to be fair, for a bit, especially season 7 after this story. But I feel like...
I think season 11 is definitely where they allow him to flex his...
Oh, yeah. I mean, Green Death as well. Green Death is the perfect example of his comedic side coming through. But I just feel like...
Doctor was in the Navy.
Like, obviously Pertwee pulled... Oh, yeah, the Doctor is regenerated with a tattoo.
No, the season 6B, I mean, I used to say it wasn't canon, but now I'm convinced Troughton went on a mission, and he went to the Navy, he got buggered and got a tattoo, you know? Just how it goes.
Is that a tattoo or a brand? Did he get branded a snake in his arm?
No, it's a Navy tattoo. Navy.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that thing be really hot?
Probably. I love how well dressed that Auton
I'm going to
is.
go on my spiel now, and you probably know what's coming about the Autons in this compared to the ones.
Oh yeah, the Autons
The
are...
ones in New Who are much more realistic. They move like plastic dummies would have taken, and they look like plastic dummies from the shops. These ones here, they don't look like ones from the shops. They don't move like ones from the shops. But that's what makes them so creepy.
Oh yeah,
The horrific faces and the really strange movement you wouldn't expect.
absolutely, yeah.
And I just love that.
The Autons are obviously way scarier here than they are any other time they appear.
I think it just goes back. Sometimes less is more. Sometimes not being as realistic does actually help quite a lot.
Well, the thing is, in New Who, the Autons are actually a little bit funny. Like when
you don't even get to see them kill anybody. They just go.
I mean, to be fair, they did kill Clive.
Yeah, but you don't even get to see that on screen. Like it just zooms in on the Auton's gun.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
And the rest of the time, they just kept
That's a
around.
very
Whereas
old
in this
wheel.
one, you see like a group of people at a bus stop just get massacred.
Yeah.
All deaths on screen.
Oh, I love this, how it's like, at first the Doctor's not sure how to drive cars, but over the course of, the season he builds his own, and he gets way better at it.
I mean, that's as deep a character arc as Ryan learning to throw a basketball.
John Pertwee has dyspraxia.
I have learned to drive, yeah. It's my character arc.
In the hoop. Hello, Brony22. We are watching Spearhead from Space. And why do I not have the part 2 thing on there? I'm an idiot. I just realised that. I had this whole thing planned where I got each part as a little individual thing, and now I've forgotten it.
Hello, Brony22. I don't have my camera on, but I am making a face in return.
Oh, that would be frightening.
Imagine swerving on the road to avoid things a person. It turns out you just killed yourself. But Jesus, that's a bit gruesome.
Oh, I love that cinematography, though.
Yes, lads.
The story has some of the best direction that the show has ever had. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it is extraordinarily well directed, given
It's so good that you almost forget it. That's how, like, realistic it is,
Yeah, I mean, I didn't notice it when I was a little child, obviously, because I was a stupid child. I knew something was a bit different. But, yeah.
Well, the version
I just watched it as an ordinary story.
Well, the version that they played on New Zealand TV was always the VHS version, so they look like absolute garbage.
Well, it's like they literally just went down to the shop, bought the VHS version, put it on TV.
See, here the thing is, like, he absolutely has no authority to get inside there, but he uses his authority to intimidate the guard, which is something that Troughton could have never done.
And did you know that guard is the producer?
Derek Sherwin.
Yeah, no, Troutman to try and like schmooze the guys, like, oh yes, yes, it'd be rather good.
Yeah, well, I mean, Troughton would pretend to be someone else, probably. Which
my favorite thing about John Pertwee is just how he berates every like civil servant or bureaucrat in every episode.
Well, in Claws of Axos, where he's like, "England for the English? Are you mad?"
Chin is the ultimate figure of Brexit.
This is a very, like, Moffat thing he's doing here. He's just like, only I know if I'm an imposter or not.
He's already getting the ladies wet.
Yeah, I know.
How quick off the
This is
mark.
why they call him the James Bond Doctor.
I just love how he just completely blanks. Yeah, it's great.
See, like, they could have gone too far with it, and he could have ended up being a really just generic action hero character. But there's just that layer of doctorishness to him that makes he hits the right balance, you know.
He's just so ridiculously charming. Is what gets it to that.
Also, everyone in this scene's dead, sadly.
God, you're as bad as Brian and how he always mentions the death of Deborah Watling in every video.
I thought that was
Like
Jacob.
Jesus, right? It's like you don't need to say this. They're both Americans. They're all the same.
Oh dear. Oh, I love that. I love that comparison. The bald head makes it work. It's the staircase.
Oh yeah, work that crowbar. Work. Looks like he's wiping himself off.
Oh. Everything just looks so good.
Oh yeah, they picked the right factory.
like metal on film is just so great. It's so like tactile and rusty and yeah.
And I think that was a really good choice of factory because all of the machines are very imposing because they're taller.
Yeah.
The actors. Oh, he's about to work that crowbar again. Oh yeah, that's totally inside the door, mate. Yeah. Crowbar hero.
I feel like I've walked on a carpet that looks like that.
All right. All right, Colin, have you been like conversing with aliens? Alien spy?
Now, Liz, I'm going to have to put my hands on your throat. And why on earth would you do that? Well, you'll see. Doctor, I don't advise you do that.
Oh, just how creepy is that? Like,
Mm. Good old Crash Zoom. They're like melting candles.
what a good
Great
cliffhanger.
cliffhanger. It just needed a sting. They need to remake this story with the stings on it.
Anyway, I've just skipped to the beginning of part 3, so just you can do the countdown.
Yeah, I... Oh, hang on. I'm going to go back to episode selection now. I've skipped out of it. I'm just going to go for a very quick toilet break and I'll be back.
I'll read it. So, hello, Connor's chat. What you got for me? Give me something to react to. Gotta do this all on mute. I mean, you know, is New Zealand really a real place? Has he just made that up? I think Connor's made that up. It's like, so yeah, it's that place that's on the other side of the world that, you know, it's not on any maps. Like, they usually miss out on maps. It's just made up. Absolutely a made up place. Enough of it. Enough of the lies. You know, he says, oh yeah, like they broadcast our Doctor Who on VHS. Yes. Yes, we have Paul's Azamat Mahmood. I don't know if I said your name right. Oh well, New Zealand is on my world map. It's actually on it twice. So maybe it is a real place, but there's just 2 of them, and that's the true conspiracy. What's going on with the Silurian thumbnail for this stream? This weird reptile eye. So that looks like, you know, cock.
Alright, I'll chuck on the part 3 banner. There we go. And we shall start in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh.
Oh, just managed to scroll me mouse over there in time.
Because I can't, well, I don't actually have a mouse because they're different computers, my old one, so I haven't used the trackpad. It's just like starting in 3, 2, it's like, get along, get along.
Yeah, head from CBS. I'll go back home. Episode 3.
What are you talking about? I can't hear you.
I'm just don't bother.
Waffling to yourself.
Yes, I would rather like a waffle because I'm very hungry. I want to go to breakfast after this story.
This looks like the clothing that you always see, like the stereotypical Russell T Davies attire. Like the red tie and the...
What, you mean like what the Autons are wearing?
No,
well,
no.
He's dressed like Mr. Bean.
Actually, oh, you're right. He is dressed like Mr. Bean. But even though Mr. Bean came out like...
Mr. Bean? He's run away from an Auton?
Even though...
What episode of Mr. Bean this is?
Even though Mr. Bean came out like 20 years after this.
Oh, yes, Mr. Bean survives. He's hiding around the corner.
Does Teddy have any plastic in them? Teddy is an Auton.
He got a new teddy made of plastic and it tries to kill him, like the doll in Terror of the Autumn. A replica. Ah. That's some dramatic irony there.
Oh, look at that.
That's one sexy brain.
How the fuck did the guy who wrote the Space Pirates come out with this classic? I don't understand.
He remembered how to write. I mean, to be fair, I don't know the circumstances surrounding Space Pirates, but I'm inclined to believe that he probably wasn't given, that much time to do it in. Not that that's too much of an excuse because they wrote the war games in like a few weeks.
Yeah, but the War Games was allowed to have the actual characters in them.
Yeah, and also war games is kind of lightning in the bottle. Like there's almost a 1 in 100 chance that they came out with something as good as the war games.
Oh yeah, it's completely insane that they came out with what they did.
Like one of the longest Doctor Who stories done in such a short space of time, and it's almost perfect.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's like one or two little issues of it, but overall, it's just a masterpiece. Those like, when the Time Lords are like moving stuff around on the board, and it looks like one of those children's magnetic boards. That was really funny.
God, she's taught him just like you were talking about earlier. It's like, you should have seen the look on his face when he died. It's like, you're going to want everybody to see this dead.
Oh god, Mr. Bean.
Oh, Mr. Bean spilt his coffee. Mr. Bean's had a mental breakdown.
It's like that thing when Ron Atkinson shakes his lips.
I always thought Mr. Bean needed to be in a hospital, man. What, some guy just comes rambling about a factory and is like, oh yes, sir, he's got important information.
This also reminds me of when Turlo saw the Tractators.
Tractator.
Tractators!
I mean, he's a bit... He just needs a red tie. He's... Like, Mr. Bean, like, depression.
Remember how they got rid of Liz Shaw because she was too good?
Yeah.
They needed someone with
And she was pregnant.
Yeah, true. But that's why, like, Joe Grant's so, like, daft in Season 8. Because they wanted, like, something that was the opposite.
She has a great character arc.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Katie Manning is just 10 out of 10 charming, but... yeah. I love how it's like he's got this great thing, but he can't get it working, so he can't prove it. And then she's just like, well, you're just a bit silly then. He's like, no, I'm not.
It's probably what makes him so wound up. In all of his era.
Yeah.
Until he gets the TARDIS back. John Pertwee is the cucked Doctor. Right, do you want me to translate for you?
Yes, please.
Local Sir Brook Cottage. Me, sir? Ah, that's right. I never said that, sir. In case I might happen to come across one like. Okay, I missed that bit.
Oh, it might be. Might not.
Why not? I love Sam Seeley. He's a boo Chad.
How did the guy who wrote Blink write Hellbent? Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
How did
Well, he had the opposite trajectory to Robert Holmes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because Robert Holmes wrote The Caves of Androzani near the end of his run.
Yeah. The two Doctors a bit.
Although
eh,
to be
but, yeah,
fair,
it's fine.
some of Moffat's best stories are actually near the end, like Heaven Sent, Extremis, and World Enough in Time, are all near the end of his run.
That's true. I mean, he did kind of have he almost had a renaissance, but I don't know. It just didn't quite get there for me.
Series 10 was bloody opposite day.
Yeah, Series 10 was actually quite good. I feel that it was so close to being a
It's just
renaissance
weird
in
how
that
like
era, but it didn't quite manage it.
No, but it was such opposite day because the Moffat scripts were really good and the Whithouse script was garbage.
Yeah.
Peter
In my
Harness
opinion, one of the worst Doctor Who stories.
Peter Harness wrote a better episode than Toby Whithouse. Like, how did that happen?
And Rona Munro. Like, I preferred Peter Harness's episode to Rona Munro's episode.
I know, that's weird. Yeah, the
Frank
worst
Cottrell
episodes.
One of the best guest
The
actors
worst
on.
episodes of Series 10 are written by Toby Whithouse
Guest
and
writer.
Roman Rowe. That's ridiculous. And yeah, and Frank Cottrell Boyce and Peter Harness wrote better episodes than those two.
I'm not too keen on Thin Ice, mind.
Well, that's Sarah Dollard, to be fair.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Like, apart from J.B. Matheson, all the guest writers, didn't really write very good episodes at all.
I like Knock Knock, but Mike Bartlett, that was his only episode.
Okay.
I think the
was
Knock
okay.
Knock was it was spoiled by the ending. The ending ruined it.
Yeah, the ending ruined it.
But
Like, it was nice and creepy and
if
gothic, and then it's just like everybody lives
If-
for no reason.
if
It's not ever explained.
honestly, if the side cast had stayed dead, it would be great. But that just ruined it for me.
Yeah,
like
it's like they live for no reason. They never explain why.
Like I love David Suchet's character, and I also love the bugs. Like the bugs are really scary. I also like the whole thing of like Bill's like a university student, and the Doctor's just trying to like he's trying to fit in, and he just doesn't. He's like, oh, what is Spotify?
I don't know. By that point in the Moffat era, I was very sick of the Doctor is socially awkward jokes. And
Yeah.
guess what? It's only got worse in the Chibnall era. I think that's almost a misunderstanding of classic here. When the Doctor would come as a bit off in social situations with humans, usually it's just because the Doctor was trying to wind people up. Like in The Seeds of Doom,
Yeah.
when like he just acts really weird in front of the bureaucrat. He's just like
Well, it's like in
putting his feet up on the desk and all that, and it's just like he's just doing it to wind him up.
it's like he
doesn't care for bureaucrats.
It's like he was being interrogated about crime in the Leisure Hive, and he's like, "Well, arrest the scarf then." And he's just doing it to wind them up.
Yeah, I think that's a misunderstanding because the Doctor was socially awkward to wind people up in classic, whereas in New Who it's because he genuinely does not understand social convention.
Yeah, it's like fucking. I think it's mainly like Stephen Moffat that did that. He did it a lot
Yeah,
with.
to be fair, there's not too much of it in Russell.
I mean, the Doctor's a bit weird in the Davies era, but he's not like an idiot.
Yeah, I mean the Doctor's always a bit weird.
Yeah, like he's generally.
The only Doctor who wasn't weird is Peter Davison, and that's a bit boring.
But I do kind of like that though. I like how they do this a bit more in Big Finish, but I like the whole thing of like he tries to win people over with his weirdness like Tom would, but it never works, and then he realizes it doesn't work anymore. Now they do this there's a moment in Land of the Dead where he tries to tell a bakerish joke, but it doesn't land because it was really silly. Like it just didn't work. And then the side character system like, oh, was that meant to be funny? He's like, oh, yeah, it was.
And then you realise, oh,
I'm not Tom Baker anymore.
Yeah, no. He's like, I'm not fun anymore. Which means that, like, the Fifth Doctor has to work harder to get people on his side because he's not as charming.
I think, yeah, he's not a very authoritative figure either.
Yeah, whereas the thing is with Jodie
Which is kind of
Whittaker,
part of his
with
character
Jodie
arc.
Whittaker, she doesn't have to work hard at all. People are just on her side because the script says so. And then, conveniently, they're not on her side when the script doesn't want them to be. Like in Kablam, for example.
Man.
Also, the 13th Doctor being
Jim
pro...
Blair is just terrible.
I know, the 13th Doctor being pro-capitalism and pro-corporation is really weird. And then she feeds
like,
the masters to the
That's everything
Nazis.
that the Doctor's fighting against in Classic Who.
Like, I don't know, I feel like the 13th Doctor is like, on the surface level, she's meant to be like a sort of SJW, but then she's like a low-key, like, capitalist Tory. When you look at some of the
She's
episodes...
it's more like a neoliberal Doctor, where it's like, oh yeah, we're so progressive, we're ticking all the
Yeah.
boxes, but you know, we still want to oppress all of you.
Like a...
And I said I wasn't going to do politics on my Doctor Who stream, so I'll shut up.
Yeah, true. See, again, I think part of the reason that people might get the perception that the Third Doctor is a bit of a generic action hero is because he wears a cape. Like, he's like, oh, it's
Wears a cape in like 3 episodes.
I know. It's like, oh, he's the Superman Doctor.
I want to see the Third Doctor just take off and flight like.
Yeah, what if you know the scene in End of Time where he jumps out of the spaceship, right? What if it was the Third Doctor and his cape was just flying everywhere?
That would make more sense because at least the cape would put up some air resistance
Yeah,
to
yeah,
soften the landing.
But like, what if he had? I don't know. What if he had like some tech in the cape that like turned into a parachute when he landed? And he comes down like.
Are we doing Third Doctor does the End of Time?
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
that
and
what's
he
happening right
comes
now?
down like really slowly. He's like, "Hello there, Rassilon." And it's like John Pertwee.
He would absolutely.
and then
shoot
it's like
Rassilon.
John Pertwee, Timothy Dalton, and Roger Delgado having like a bond off.
Man, that'd be great.
Yeah. God, they look so scary. It's like their face is like melting off.
Wait, your husband's a what? I didn't understand what she said there either. My husband's a
Fucking farmers. Oh, she's taking so long to load it.
Get the shotty out.
You have the man who never would, and you have the woman who wouldn't hesitate. Maybe if you weren't wearing heels, you could run away. Oh, well.
God, he was edging so hard.
God, we are so close. We are so close.
Go, find it, find it.
Where's the porn collection? It must be in here.
Where is the naughty Zygon? Oh no, there's nothing that annoys me more than like broken china on the floor.
No, not China. China.
Can't cut apparently, darling.
The old china.
China plate. No. Our 10 bullets didn't work. Let's get more bullets. No, that's because he was edging earlier, but then it switched to the man's face. It was just like, recall, recall.
Oh god, he's having like he can't function. He's having a trip. He's got so much plastic in his brain, he's having a seizure. This is what happens when we don't stop global warming. We get plastic in our brains, microplastics. We have a seizure. If we don't stop now, catastrophe is coming.
I actually did. I had an interesting talk with somebody yesterday about that. About the difference in the political messages in Jodie Hero compared to the rest of it. Because something like Praxis is almost the same message as the Green Death. But I think the reason why we said it works better in the Green Death and why people don't find it as great is because the Green Death creates a scenario or a discourse and then kind of just puts it into a story of interesting characters to bounce it all off and hearing different sides of the opinion. Whereas in Orphan 55, this is just Jodie Whittaker turns to the screen and tells you this is what you should think.
Well, I mean, if you want a perfect example of politics done well in Doctor Who, it's the next story I'm watching is the Silurians, because that presents so many different sides of it, and it's really complex. Oh, I love this how they reversed
one of my favorite examples of politics in Doctor Who is you'll be surprised by this, Boomtown.
Oh yeah, I love Boomtown.
I mean, you know about what it's referencing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sending
Boomtown.
someone to another country to be executed.
Because that was a big thing at the time. Was it Abu Qatada or something?
And it wasn't forced either.
Moral thorny issue at the time.
It wasn't forced either because it fits so well with the Slitheen storyline. Like, it made sense.
Yeah. Absolutely. And it really did just give both sides the argument. It is a bit of a cop-out how it doesn't actually come to a conclusion by just making her an egg, but
Well, I mean, it's meant to be the whole thing of it's meant to represent the whole thing of giving people a fresh start. It's just that in the episode it does it literally, like it actually makes her a baby again, whereas you can't really do that in real life. But yeah.
So basically the moral of the story is we need to develop technology good enough to turn people back into babies when they've done bad things.
So instead of the death penalty, it's like the reverse life penalty. Oh my god.
I don't know why I find that so funny. He's just staring at Brigadier's arse.
I think another thing about this story that some people might not click with is that because it's so well done, it works so well like clockwork that it's almost too consistent, and that people can't get up in arms about it, they can't get upset about it, they can't break it down and have highs and lows, because Spearhead from Space, just the entire thing is so good that it almost has this like consistency to it that people might be a bit like, I've seen this before. Or like I expected this,
It's too good. I can't enjoy it.
I know. It's like predictably brilliant,
Well, I think it's because a lot of Doctor Who episodes take a lot of inspiration.
And also with most Doctor Who, it's like, oh, I can look past these flaws to enjoy the good stuff. Whereas a Spearhead, it's like, no, it's just all really good. there's
Until now, there'd only really been a couple of episodes set on present-day Earth. And so this kind of set the standard for Doctor Who, because there would be a lot more present-day Earth stuff from now on.
Oh yeah, half the Russell T Davies era exists because of this episode.
I'm pretty sure in the 60s there were, barring An Unearthly Child, there was 3 present-day.
Well, there was the War
Earth
Machines,
episodes.
the Web of Fear, and the Invasion, right?
Yeah, that's right. Honestly, I wish it was more like that. It'd actually make coming back on Modern Day Earth a treat, rather than just like, oh my god, not Modern Day Earth again.
Well, one thing that I actually, it annoys me a little bit about the Davies era, weird to hear me criticize it, but the news presenter angle was perfect in the Slitheen story, and then when they brought it back, it
Yeah.
was never the same. And oh god, I just
I mean, there are too many stories on modern day Earth. Rusty Davis era.
well, I think it's part of it is to do with the fact that a lot of the characters were in modern day Earth, so they kind of had to do that. But you could have changed a couple of them, maybe. Oh, I love this. It's just so like, how is this
Oh,
possible?
what a cliffhanger! God, another example of yellow face. Despicable.
Oh god. Racist to plastics. Oh, this is flying by.
Absolutely.
Let's see.
You know what, Connor? I'm going to stick around for Silurians, but I will. When you start the episode, I'll have to go for my breakfast.
Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. I'm probably going to have a small break after episode 4 of this, just so I can make something myself, to be honest. So we'll just have a small break after Spearhead. But we shall start part 4 pretty soon. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
See what people are saying in the chat. Oh, I like how the Doctor was listening to get him the key there. Yeah, that is a good scene.
Mm. He's really like figuring out.
I think it shows that
Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Well, because the Doctor does always try to escape Earth quite a lot, even when he's got responsibilities there in the Pertwee era.
Yeah.
And it shows that the Doctor, the Doctor's morality at this point is very much, secondary to him wanting to be the traveler, the person who travels.
Well, yeah, because in An Earthly Child, like, he wants to escape and he hates humans, whereas here he's a lot more favorable to humans, but he still wants to escape. So like a little bit's changed,
yeah,
but not a lot. And then once you get
prefer this.
And then
figure of the Doctor who's just the traveller who secondarily has some moral qualities.
Right, because once you get to post-Time War, it's like Earth becomes his new home, and that's why he visits so often. But then once you get to like the reason why I liked how Capaldi's first was Deep Breath in the past was it's kind of like, well, now that the Time War's done and like his home's back, it's like you don't have to have the Doctor be so I don't know, obsessed with modern day Earth. I don't know what it is, because I was like,
but then he does anyway.
Yeah, then he does it anyway, and it's like you get like the Magician's Apprentice, and you get the Pilot, and then you get the Woman Who Fell to Earth and Spyfall. And it's like you can't get rid of it.
I mean, like
like the Magician's
honestly,
Apprentice didn't need to have
Smith. More Earthbound than Smith, because like
well, the thing is, like,
he kept on having to go back for Clara.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like with Smith, is that even when it was Earthbound, it always felt like it was slightly off. Like you got like the stories in Ledworth, and you got the stories in America, and even though they are Earth, it feels different. Do you get what I'm saying?
But yeah, it's somewhere a bit different than usual. It's not just fucking London.
Because like Ledworth was like really out of town, and he built this kind of like fantasy feel to it. So it felt, even though it was modern day Earth, it felt like it wasn't real. If you get what I'm saying, it felt like it was a little bit weird.
Yeah.
And then with
is that the place from Amy's Choice?
Yeah, and also the 11th Hour as well. It's like Ledworth is sort of where Amy was living, I think. And then you've got obviously with Series 6 they went to Utah, which again it's still modern day Earth, but it's something different. Is that JFK?
And then Chibnall's like, everybody's sick of modern day London. Why don't we just have modern day Sheffield instead?
Yeah. And everyone is really boring. I love that bit. I can't remember which video it was, but I think Joey was there. We were talking about how like the trickster from the Sarah Jane Adventures was Graham before he got cancer. And then when he got cancer, he became really boring.
He looks like a concentration camp commandant. He's wearing the space fascist clothing from 2 seasons later. So, got a bit lost. Yeah, I love how it says all famous figures. Then you've just got like Leonardo da Vinci in the back, or whoever that's meant to be. But they've literally got the Pope there. The Autons are taking over the Pope. I mean, with Lethbridge stew.
Oh, he's just so charming. There's just something about his mannerisms. He's just so like. Oh no, not
Like,
closing
he's
time.
befriended Liz on. Oh no! I'm not waiting for closing time, Doctor. Not even for you.
Elfie. God, imagine John Pertwee in Closing Time. It
Would be better.
It'd be such a weird juxtaposition, though.
It would feel very out of place, but you know.
Craig, just remember, you
better.
love your baby. It's the most important thing to you.
The Doctor would just by like karate chopping a Cyberman in that one.
Yeah, somehow, like karate chopping the Cyberman would be less damaging than having Craig beat it with the power of love.
Yeah, he just karate chopped the cyber conversion suit up.
Right,
Like, hike! I'm
Yeah.
normal again, Doctor.
Whereas like Matt Smith's too like skinny, he can't do anything. He's like, I can't do anything.
Oh,
You
it's,
have to
me,
beat it
Amy,
with love.
Amy. Triangle, Amy.
I love how like the plastics
Oh, he's
are
a
always,
sweaty boy.
yeah, they're really sweaty and they look like melting candles.
I think they put too much makeup on him and he got a bit warm and now he's just all sweating off.
Maybe it's just a really hot day and the plastic is melting.
Wait, they've got Gandhi? They're going to take over Gandhi,
Oh
who's
my
already
God.
dead? Gandhi's like, right, guys, I'm back. That assassination was fake. I've just been meditating in the mountains for ages. The Autons are taking over Gandhi. Help! How can I live in a world with plastic Gandhi?
This music's very sexy.
Why does she get frightened for no reason here?
I don't know, maybe he touches her.
Like,
It's like, don't worry, it's just me, Liz. Just me. You're alright.
Just checking whether or not you're plastic.
I mean, it wouldn't be the last time the Doctor grab somebody's bum because Matt Smith does it a few times.
God. It's just weird. I watched Time with the Doctor earlier this year, and it's weird to think that it's the same TV show as what we're watching right now.
And only like a few years ago as well.
Yeah. Never tell me the rules.
I genuinely didn't think it was going to get worse than Moffat, but it has. It's just so boring.
Yeah, I know.
No good episodes.
At least with Moffat, there's like chaos that you can like, you know, get riled up about.
There's more terrible Muppet episodes.
Wait,
but
Gandhi-
there's also
Gandhi's not moving.
More actual good ones.
Wait, Gandhi's not moving. It's like
Gandhi.
it's a copy of his
You
corpse. It's like a copy of his corpse. That's why he's not moving. He's still there. Or maybe these are like the wax
Thank
ones.
God Gandhi's safe.
Oh wait, is that Don Warrington?
Yes,
que-
classic Don Warrington.
The question
We're taking over Don Warren.
the question is it Rassilon or is it the parallel universe Prime Minister?
What if I refuse?
What happens if I refuse?
No, I just want to watch Rise of the Cybermen now. I want to dislike it because the Cybermen are crap, but it's just
It's so weird.
good.
Like it's got the the New Who Cybermen, and it's series 2, so it's got Tennant and Rose in it, and yet for some reason you're a big fan of it. Like,
Tennant and Rose don't really act like they do in a lot of the rest of series 2.
well, I mean, Tennant's quite. He's kind of a lot of it. It feels like a rewrite of an Eccleston script, I think, for Rise of the Cybermen. But he does
That's probably why it's good.
he does add a bit of his own material in the second episode, but in the first one, he's definitely very Eccleston. Like he's very aggressive towards Mickey and Rose in that first episode, and then for the most of it, he's quite nondescript. Actually, he's just sort of like, "Oh, it's Cybermen. Take us to be processed."
Yeah, but maybe that's why I like it. The 10th Doctor doesn't really feature that much.
But Rose is in it quite a bit. Like,
but then again, in part 2, he's quite good. He features a lot in that, and I like it. That's one of the episodes where I thought the 10th Doctor was really good. It does kind of get a bit over the top at the end, though, when he's like saying, "I'm giving them back their souls. I'm so sorry."
well, he's feeling sympathy for the people inside.
Yeah, but it's a bit heavy-handed. Like,
I mean, it's
to have one like moaning and scratching him while Tennant does that. I'm so sorry.
I mean, it's a bit cartoonish, I suppose, but I don't know. I often get sucked in, and I sort of by the time I get to that point in the story, I'm sort of in the mood for it. So like, it doesn't really bother me.
The reason I like the end scene there is just because I find it hilarious. Like the last scene in the factory when as soon as he puts the mobile phone in, I'm laughing for the whole of it. Because then you've got like John Loomis just getting out of his chair like Darth Vader and screaming. No!
Oh, here we go. One of the best scenes in Doctor Who.
Oh.
You know, it was one thing that they didn't do in Rose that they should have, is they had an escalator to a mall, and they should have had someone like get stuck in the escalator and have an Auton approach them, and they can't get out. That would have been great.
Yeah, it might have actually been one scary moment for the Autons in that story. They just kind of come across as gimps.
The thing is, though, like I know many people like that have started watching the show from the new series because I told them to, right? And they'll tell me what they think of it, and they all think the Autons from that story are scary. And I'm like, well, yeah. Imagine if you watch this one.
Imagine how many nightmares this gave children.
This is honestly one of the best action scenes in the whole show. No, without a doubt. It's just perfect. It's because there's such a right balance of like horror and cheese at the same time. Like it makes you feel makes you feel guilty for laughing at all these people dying.
God, bus stop massacre. It's happening.
Yeah. Boom is be gone. Oh, look at that.
That guy made the sound of an ambulance when he fell over.
It started. I like how no one's been commenting because they're just enjoying the
people at
story.
a bus stop.
This is like 1970s anti-plastic.
Go, your 2 subscribers off 500, mate.
I know. It's been going
I'm
up
gonna
and
make
down.
it happen on the screen. I'm gonna put a message on Twitter to subscribe to you because I want to see it happen on the stream.
That'd be great. I'm definitely probably going to do a stream once I hit 500. Is that the sound of your phone or something?
Oh yeah, that's on my phone.
It sounds
I've
like
nearly done the tweet.
it sounds
it's
like
okay.
the sound you make when you got like a beer bottle and you whistle over it.
Because I have vibrate on. Feels good.
Oh. Oh, you've been colonizing, have you?
Tut, tut, tut.
See, look, Christian didn't invent politics, guys.
But I don't think that one's particularly politics.
Well, colonization's political, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I don't. Not in this case. This is more about an alien invasion. It isn't that political.
But that's the thing, though. It's
There
like
is some. There is some ones about colonialism, like the mutant.
yeah, because obviously that's about apartheid. I love that how it like you can clear up the evidence. You just basically turn them into nothing.
That's just cool. Like it's completely unnecessary.
Yeah,
Like, we
see,
didn't need to know how. They
see these
broke in
days
the
you would just
door,
wave
but
a
it's just
Sonic. You should just wave a Sonic around and be like, "Come through, there we go."
There we go, fam. My Sonic.
Oh god, this story. What if this story had like the current TARDIS team in it? It would be nowhere near as enjoyable.
Be horrible. It'd just be like, I'm trying to enjoy this interesting idea, but you're just so grating.
What? So they made of plastic, are they?
Yeah, fam.
Oh,
I'm made
yeah.
of plastic, fam.
Oh,
And
yeah. Yeah, and then Graham's like, "Oh yeah,
from outer
like
space,
those,
fam.
I got like one of those toys at home that's made of plastic. Hey Ryan, you see me playing with them toys? Oh, yeah.
It's kind of scary, Graham, that we see plastic everywhere every day, and now it's come to life, and it's pretty scary that something from our regular lives is now coming to kill us. I mean, that's really scary, isn't it?
And then Doctor's like, "Yeah, do you think you know how to solve this problem?" "I don't think, sir." "But you know what, Yaz? I think you're the most amazing person I've ever met. I don't know why, you just are."
You are good and positive and are capable of being nice.
And then Jodie goes up to the nest and she's like, "You're polluting the earth. Be gone, boomer." "You see, my anti-plastic machine is working very nicely."
Did you remember that Peter Griffin explains the meme thing from a few years ago?
Not sure.
Well, basically, there was this meme where like they'd kind of show a picture of a meme or a joke, and then like at the bottom of it they'd have Peter Griffin have a really long paragraph about why it's funny. And it's just like that's the Jodie Whittaker era. But it's just like there's a moment in the show, and it's just like, "Hey guys, Doctor here. Let me just explain that moment for you in case you didn't get it because it's a really good one."
Oh
It
yeah,
just goes
I
on
think I know
massive
what you mean.
paragraph.
Yeah. The thing is, that's so funny. Like Seth MacFarlane knows that like unnecessary exposition is fucking annoying, and that's why he put it in to like wind people up. Whereas Chris Chibnall doesn't realize this. Just look like a
Would you look like cum monsters?
prolapsing anus. You look like a plastic bottom, sir.
I tell you what, I've had enough of your plastic. I hope the world turns round, shits on you.
I'm not human. I recently was a very short and dark-haired man. Now I am a white-haired man and I'm tall. I'm just trying to quote Jodie Whittaker with John Pertwee. Oh yeah, what if this was at the moment where like he's surrounded by plastic and this guy, and he like stands up and he's like, I just remembered who I am. I am the Doctor.
That would honestly be worse than the Jodie Whittaker thing. Having a big Matt Smith moment at the end of this. I hate big Matt Smith moments. Although I'm feeling less negative about that era today because I rewatched Heaven Sent last night, and you know that always
Oh.
it always makes you forgive his sins just for that 50 minutes.
The Kraken has got him. This is the most Wurzel Gummidge you get.
Well, except for this is just general Doctor Who hentai.
Yeah.
So it's got lots of pubes on it. Like
It's funny. It's funny you mentioned Peter Griffin because the human Dalek voice sounds like Seth MacFarlane. Like
I've never actually seen Family Guy, so
a human Dalek. Well, when you listen to Seth MacFarlane's characters in Family Guy, they sound like the human Dalek.
fair enough.
Oh no, it's prolapsing out of control. Oh.
It shat its own arse out of its arse.
I like how the plastic knew how to like grab on and.
Got to cushion my blow now.
Like I said before, this story is just all the Doctor Who basics done right, you know? That's why it works.
Yeah.
The only thing
What
you
a
don't get,
snotty nose.
the only thing you don't get is a TARDIS reveal because it's broken. Although
Maybe
to be
that would
fair,
have been if it was filmed on set.
to be fair, I'm glad that there wasn't a TARDIS reveal in this story because Pertwee's TARDIS kind of looks like crap, you know. It's just the Troughton one, and you can notice like the flat walls more because it's not in black and white.
It's the Troughton one, except that it's
Yeah.
really small.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
they've reduced the size.
Yeah, because like you know how like you have something like the Ghost Monument where it's like the entire episode's building to you seeing it, right? It's like, oh, it's this wonderful thing, right? Whereas you have the Pertwee era, the first time you see the inside of the TARDIS is like colony in space, and it looks like garbage.
I quite like the really weird one from the Time Monster.
Oh yeah,
It's like instead of like the round things, it's got round dishes.
Yes, I now own that woman.
In exchange for my help, you must give me the woman.
yes, I am a sex trafficker. I like how he just borrowed someone's cape. Oh, I love this. They're setting up the arc of the season, the basketball arc. I'm going to build my own card at the start of every story. You're going to see me in my garage. Like Bessie is the bad wolf of season 7. Oh, wonderful.
Is it taking the Brigadier that long to realise he doesn't actually know his name?
Yeah. Great story.
Oh, I love it. Love it.
Yeah, it's timeless, and it's like I can't think of honestly.
And it's for children.
I can't even.
Therefore, it is the timeless children.
Oh, Jesus. I can't think of one negative thing to say about Spearhead from Space aside from the audio. That's it. The audio's too echoey, but apart from that, it's.
I
pretty...
mean, you know, it's a bit of a basic story.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. No, it's not as ambitious, but like if you talk about like what it actually does do, it's kind of faultless. It doesn't really have anything wrong with it.
Yeah, it's really good at doing the basics of Doctor Who, but that, you know, like I'm always one for the more experimental stories.
Yeah, of
and
course.
the ones that have like some.
Well, it doesn't push the
meat
boat.
to
It doesn't push the boat out like the other season 7 stories do. But in terms of executing Doctor Who basics, reintroducing the show as a starting on point, it's kind of perfect, to be honest. In that regard.
Yeah, no, I've got to agree.
The only thing that would make it better is if you got the Blu-ray version and watched that, because that is oh boy.
Let's see what your subscribers are at. I haven't seen my tweet yet. Oh no, it still says 498.
Yeah.
Come on, followers, obey, obey.
Oh yes, obey. I own this woman now, and I own this channel.
Would persuade me to stay. Your channel.
Right, I believe it's disc.
Well, then
1.
again, you already have my channel password. You have to do.
No, I don't. I don't actually. I don't have your
Mine wasn't
password.
working. Do you not?
No, you gave me the stream key, not the password. So like, I can
Ah.
stream to your channel, but I can't log into your channel.
Yeah. If you ever fall out with me, just stream like pictures of cocks. Bam.
Stream like.
Anyway,
Pictures
I'm
of
gonna go
Nazi
for my
propaganda.
breakfast now.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna slip the Silurians DVD in there and pause it so we're ready. And I will also make myself something
Alright.
to eat eventually.
Yeah, we've got about 10 minutes or so.
Cool, sweet as. So how'd you guys like that? Spearhead from Space, the classic. Just gonna. Ooh. Episode 1's there, so I'll just put that away. And eventually we will get to the Silurians when we both return. So yeah, leave your comments what your thoughts on Spearhead from Space. 9 out of 10, solid score. I'd probably give it 9 or 9.5. I don't know. It's weird because like I love it, but at the same time it is the basics, isn't it? Like it doesn't really push the boat out. And also watching Smith and Jones last week, I definitely, whilst I love this story too, and whilst you could maybe argue Smith and Jones may have a flaw or two more than Spearhead, I personally was a lot more charmed by Smith and Jones, and I think that's just down to me being charmed by the Davies era overall the most. But Spearhead is still just spotless TV. It's beautiful. It's great. Probably give it a 9.5. It's not quite a 10. I feel like for what it wants to be, you could maybe say it's a 10, but I think for me to give something a 10, it really has to push the boundary a lot. Like it really has to be out there and fully, explore what the potential of the story is for me to give it a 10. And I think 9.5 is fair. It's kind of like the same thing I was thinking about, something like School Reunion is a small-scale story that's designed to reintroduce Sarah Jane and has the Krillitane plot, and I gave that a 9.5 because I think it absolutely nails it on the head for what it needs to be, and Spearhead's kind of like that too. Nicole Hills, one of the first Doctor Who stories I ever saw. Really great story, 9 out of 10. Yeah, it's a great one to start on because it gets the basics of Doctor Who so right. That's just, the execution's just perfect. It's just beautiful. So I think 9 out of 10 is a great. It's kind of a fair score to give because it's not quite it's not quite on that top tier level, but it for what it wants to be. It executes it pretty perfectly. So can't ask for more than that. I'm gonna go and make myself something to eat, and I will be back soon, and so will Dylan. And send in your questions so that when I come back, I can answer them. I'm back. So just wait for Dylan to return, and then we will get on with the Silurians. But for now, send in your comments, questions, whatever, before we get cracking in. What do you guys think of my designs that I've made for this? I quite like the obviously I didn't fully design them, to be fair, but I quite like this one I found on Google Images with the Silurians, with the reptilian design. It was really cool. Yeah. Some really good Doctor Who art out there for sure. No doubt about that. But yeah. Just gonna wait for Dylan to come back. Hopefully he won't be as long as he was the first time. But yes, just give a quick check of the Twitter. I wonder what Dylan's going to be eating. I know he's a vegetarian. I know he likes jalfrezi. I know he likes jalfrezi. I know that for sure. Don't really know what he eats apart from that though. So I've seen the Silurians once before, and it was about a year ago, and it was absolutely brilliant. So hopefully it'll be brilliant again. Well, I imagine it will be. Can't imagine. I mean, from what I remember of it, it was just like it was just so great all over it. When will you react to the Faceless Ones animation? Well, the idea of the Classico ones is that we do them with Adam. But the difference with we usually do it with a DVD. I suppose if I could find a digital version for Adam to watch, we could maybe do it over Discord in the same way we do, like, film both of us in different locations. But ideally, like, the whole idea of the Classico stuff is that we want to do it together. It's just that with COVID, it makes it a bit complicated. So I don't know what we're going to do. I might have a conversation with Adam about that, about what possibilities we have, because I do really want to do them. I know that Fury from the Deep's coming out soon, so I might have a conversation with him about it. Be like, hey, we got a bunch of stuff to do. We got Faceless Swans. We got Fury from the Deep. We still got to do. We haven't done Time Monster yet, and that's overdue by a long way. Like, just wondering like what possibilities we have to do those reviews. So we'll see how it goes. But I think COVID has just made this whole thing a bit complicated, unfortunately. But we'll certainly get around to it eventually. I mean, I've got the DVD here, and I should be getting the Fury one eventually when it comes out. And yeah, looking forward to that. What did they say the next ones were? Was it Evil and Wheel? I can't remember. Was it Abominable Snowman? Hang on. Let's next Doctor Who animations. News. I can't remember what they said it was. I'm pretty sure Abominable Snowman was one of them, but I can't remember if it was Evil or Wheel that they were also going to do. If any of you can remember what it was, let me know. Abominable Snowman. Evil of the Daleks, that's right, yeah. That was it. The next ones after Fury were going to be Evil Daleks and Abominable Snowmen. So those should be good too. Then after that, with Troughton, all they have left would be the Highlanders, Underwater Menace, the Wheel in Space, and the Space Pirates, I believe, which is 4. So they're going to keep doing Troughton. Then I suppose it would be, after that, what would you do? Probably Wheel in Space and Highlanders next. After that, it's probably what you want. And then if you're not going to do any Hartnells for as long as possible, then I suppose after that would be Underwater Menace and the Space Pirates, which would be a pretty disappointing year if it was those two. Oh yeah, and then of course there's the one episode of Web of Fear that we don't have. But old Philip Morris is pretty certain that it exists, but it seems like Philip Morris has been kind of exiled a bit recently. Oh. Hello? Oh, you there? Hello? Can't hear you. Dylan? Dylan, what have you done? Dylan, speak. Have you messed up your audio or something? Oh, there you go. I think I can hear you now. I heard something. I heard a small noise.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me, Dylan?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Dylan, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Oh, for God's sake. What's going on? Fix your fucking... What's going on with Dylan's thing? Oh, he's gone. Oh, boy. Dylan, can you hear me? Fuck. Oh, he can hear me. Oh, I can't hear you, Dylan. I could hear you before. There was a small period I could hear you before, but I don't know what you did or didn't do. Oh, I can hear you. I can hear something. I can hear a clicking. What's that? I can hear small noises. The hell's he done? Hang on, I'm just gonna try go for Singapore. Maybe that'll fix it. You there? Dylan Heath, can you hear me? For fuck's sake. For God's sake. Oh boy.
Are they?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, good.
Oh, have you
I
fixed
just
it?
had to reset my phone, apparently. I just had to reset my phone.
Oh, what the
I
hell?
did nothing else.
That's so weird. Don't know what the hell happened. Right, so we good now?
Mm.
Alright, so shall we begin the Silurians?
Mm.
You. Alright. Let's go. Let's begin Doctor Who and the Silurians Part 1 in 3, 2, 1, go.
By the way, I might not be able to stay for the whole of the Silurians.
Okay, that's fine.
I have a couple things I have to do today, and I realised I had the wrong headphones in, so I couldn't hear this beautiful title sequence. Which,
Oh, okay.
you know, and we've got all sorts of exciting music in the story to look forward to.
So this is Joey's...
One of the best scores.
Oh yeah, Kerry Blyton. This is Joey's favourite TV story, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's up there for me, I'd say.
It's Brian's second favourite. After Remembrance.
I never got the whole Remembrance thing. I mean, it's decent, but I don't get why it's people's favourites.
Oh, it's great. Remembrance is great. Maybe you're just not into the whole McCoy thing.
No, but I really like episodes like The Curse of Fenric and Survival. But yeah, I'm not as into the McCoy thing as them. But for me, it's just like an action story with not too much to it, which there's nothing wrong with that. It's just
Well, it's a
something like that would never rank among my favourites.
well, it's a Dalek Civil War, and you've got the you got the little girl storyline, then you got the Hand of Omega storyline, and then you got obviously McCoy and Ace, and you got all the new characters, and you got the unit side of it, and then you got Davros as well. It's just great. Oh yeah, so
No,
I-
it's fine. But...
I have a scene in Scales of Injustice that's a bit like this. So I based my performance off that. Pertwee singing.
Oh, the Jabberwocky is what he's singing.
Yeah, you notice the picture quality is so much shitter.
He's looking up her skirt right there. Dirty bastard. Like, I mean, the difference in the picture quality, I mean, this is probably a black and white episode, right? Because they only had the black and white copy.
Yeah, true.
This is probably colorized.
It looks like it, yeah.
As good as the Doctor is in Spearhead from Space, he just does, in this episode, seem instantly better.
Well, he's
Like,
actually
he's just
like
on fire in this story.
well, he knows what he's doing now. He's like Caves of Androzani. He's settled into the role now. He's not like having to, figure it all out. It's like
Yeah.
It's like Tom Baker in Robot. He's really funny, but he's definitely like testing everything out. Whereas in Ark in Space, it feels like he's played the role for years.
I mean, the thing about Robot is he's not really given much material to work with because he's barely in the story. I mean, that may as well just be like a Sarah Did Adventures episode.
You know, you're kind of right.
Like, Robot's a decent story, but as a new Doctor story, it doesn't really do much.
Well, I mean, when Tom's on screen, though, it's great.
You see, the problem I have with a lot of new Doctor stories is that it's too much about being about the new Doctor, whereas that one has the opposite problem, where it's not enough about the new Doctor.
That's a good point, actually. Castrovel was a bit like that, too. It doesn't really have Davison in it that much.
And Christmas Invasion. And Deep
but
Breath.
Christmas Invasion is like a build-up to it, though, and I actually quite like that. And they use him
I
when he's...
wouldn't say that was the case in Deep Breath, though.
Oh, well, yeah, Deep Breath's a little bit more mess. But with Christmas Invasion, like, it's all a build-up, and then once he comes on screen, he takes the center.
I love Peter Miles. Just Peter Miles play every arsehole on TV. And this is the story where he flex his muscles with arguing with bureaucrats.
Yep. As Matt said, Tom Baker doesn't settle into his role until Terror of the Autons. Do you mean Terror of the Zygons? Or do you mean John Pertwee doesn't settle until Terror of the Autons?
Yeah, that's very confusing.
Which one do you mean? Because it's funny how both John Pertwee and Tom Baker's second season starts with Terror of the...
I mean, it's not really that funny when you consider how many Classic Who stories have terror in the title.
Terror of the Vervoids as well.
The Reign of Terror.
I think that's it, isn't it?
But either way, I disagree with him because I think that John Pertwee settled in this episode and Tom Baker settled in Ark in Space.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and he's certainly got it by Genesis of the Daleks. You can't deny that.
Oh yeah, and John Pertwee certainly has it by Inferno, even if you don't think he's got it by this one.
I mean, Pertwee starts becoming a bit more like fluffy in Terror of the Autons, to be fair. But
yeah,
it doesn't mean that he hasn't got it.
I think that's intentional though.
Mm.
Because the Doctor's a bit more rough around the edges here because he's still very annoyed about having to stay on Earth.
Yeah. And also, the way he approaches Joe Grant is different to Liz Shaw.
Yeah.
Also, this might be unintentional, but the fact that the Doctor is such a bastard in Ambassadors of Death works because it comes right after this story.
Yeah. I love that line.
This is such good, like, story building.
Yeah, that's why I love the longer stories. It just gives you so much extra time to
Well,
do some world building and actually give the side characters proper characters.
7 parts is the ideal length for when, like, the Quatermass stories, you know? The Quatermass style stories.
Yeah. I love Quatermass. Have you seen any Quatermass?
I've seen the film. I haven't seen the TV version.
Oh no, fuck film. Watch the TV ones.
I had to watch the film for school about 5 years ago.
Oh, I suppose if you've seen the film for the first one, because the first one's mostly missing, but the second and third ones are complete. So just go straight on to Quatermass 2, because you know what happens in the first one.
Mm.
It's all on YouTube. I'd highly recommend it. Like you can see so much of not just Doctor Who, but just sci-fi in general in it. And it's much better when you get the actual TV show, because Nigel Neal's just a genius at building up the stakes slowly and revealing just the mystery bit by bit.
Mm. Oh, I love this. How it's like unit and all the associated scientific things. They're all like so big headed about their technology working, and the doctor's like, "Well, what if it goes wrong? You don't know what's going to happen, and I know what will happen." And you're like, "No, no, 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 no. You do not know about our stuff. As a matter of fact, I do." She's got COVID.
Yeah, I mean, the coronavirus does break out in this story.
Yeah, it does. He's talking about Baker with Zygons is what he meant. I disagree.
I disagree.
I think he's
Ark in Space
great
and
in
Genesis,
Ark in
man.
Space and Genesis of the Daleks, yeah.
I can see why you might say that he's not great in Revenge.
I mean, he's a
or
lot more
Sontaran
brooding
Experiment.
in season
not that it's his
13.
fault.
It's kind of like the
It's
reverse of...
understandable in Sontaran Experiment because he has a broken collarbone.
It is, to be fair, it is kind of like the reverse Pertwee, though, because in Tom Baker's second season, he starts to show a bit more of the edge to his character rather than just the fluff, whereas with Pertwee, it's the reverse.
Yeah. That's very much because that Philip Hinchcliffe was finally, getting his claws into doing the scripts.
Mm.
Because
He's like,
most of
the
season
Doctor is
12
a
was
gothic
commissioned by
character.
Mariolettes.
Feel the themes of Pyramids of Mars.
If only we had one more season of Philip Hinchcliffe, I imagine he could have came out. Because
Well, I
season
mean-
14, they were finally just getting it all right.
Well, the thing is, like, season 15 is like half Hinchcliffe, half Williams in its style, and that's why it comes out a bit
the
weird.
Hinchcliffe half is brilliant.
Mm.
The Hinchcliffe half is brilliant, so...
Yeah, and as soon as Robert Holmes left, you get Underworld and the Invasion of Time, and it's just a disaster.
I suppose since he'd had two people who'd been script editor of the show for so long, it's almost as if nobody else quite knew how to do it.
Yeah, you know what's so weird? Like Anthony
Because,
Reid,
like,
Anthony
Because
Reid,
Robert Holmes had been around Terrence Dicks a lot.
yeah, it's so weird though because Anthony Reid is script editor. Like he's absolute garbage in season 15, but he's great in season 16. I don't really get it.
They found their feet in where they wanted to take the show. I think because season 15, like they kind of just had a panic, like the BBC don't want to be as dark anymore. What do we do? And then they kind of worked it out in season 16, and then it was because it was so successful, they just went over the top of it in season 17.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, season 17 is like the opposite of 15, where it's too confident. It also has Douglas Adams, so it's really silly.
And some of it is quite funny, and some of it just falls flat on its face, like Destiny.
Well, the difference is like with something like Destiny, with Destiny, you're dealing with the same stuff that you have with Genesis of the Daleks and putting Douglas Adams at the script of it. Whereas with something like Creature from the Pit, the entire story is based around a blob, so it kind of works.
Yeah, the massive cock.
But then again, like with something like Nightmare of Eden, which you haven't seen, there is a clash between like horror and comedy. It just feels weird.
Are you just bullying this poor doctor? It's like, oi mate, I've got friends in high places, I'll fuck you, you know, a baby.
This is like the first ever Stupid Ape story, you know?
Another stupid ape. I wish the Doctor kept his cynicism about humans that the Ninth Doctor had. I quite like that.
Mm.
And then Templar was like, "Oh, humans, they're so great." Midnight kind of made up for it by just showing how shit ordinary people are.
Oh my god. What is this?
Alien spy?
It's too bad that Perry didn't have the strength of Pertwee to resist it. See, again, like if Troughton was being choked, to be like, "No, Jamie, help me! I'm in danger."
They'd be like, oh, the arms would be flailing everywhere. They would like stab at the assailant with his knife.
He's a dinosaur who's really good at drawing. I also like how they teased the Silurian design with a drawing on a wall.
Yeah. God, he's just smiling all the time. I thought it's really creepy. Why does he smile? In
Well, it's
every
like how
scene, every
it's like how
dialogue?
Jodie's always happy, and it's really creepy.
Yeah, it is a bit. It's like she comes like in Doctor Who comes across the kind of person who's like a mass murderer.
Well, and
Like,
then you get
off-screen, just killing
Spyfall
loads
when
of
she
people, and she's
hands
like, ooh, fam, ooh.
she hands the master to the Nazis in Spyfall, and she has the same smile.
Yeah, I want to write some fan fiction, like in between all of like the episodes where like Jodie's off screen, and like have her do some horrific murder, then just turn up with like all smiles in the next scene.
Yeah. Like it's
This
weird
needs
how
to
like
happen, 'cause
she's just
we
like
got a glimpse of it in Spyfall.
she's this little like like I don't know single mum character, but then you she's the kind of but then you get that side of it that's almost completely unintentional, but it's almost like she would walk into the greatest show in the galaxy and they'd all run away from her. I don't know why, it just feels like that.
I mean, if Chibnall is just like, you know, setting this up to make us think that she's just this nice, ditzy, innocent character, and at the end of the year it's revealed that, you know, she was actually just murdering people off screen all the time, I'd change my mind on Chibnall. I'd be like, you know what? That was great.
Well, the only way he can save it,
psychopath.
the only way he can save it is if he writes a story in the way that when we rewatch series 11 and like 12, we think of it differently. That's the best possible scenario. And unfortunately, he's going to do a lot to pull that off. He's just such an asshole.
Kid didn't even close his case properly.
The dandy. I just love the way he carries himself, you know?
I love how the Brigadiers worked out how to put up with him so he gets results. God, what is that thing in there?
It's like another
How do they
prolapsing
do that
anus.
effect? It's
another-
really weird. No, but it's really strange.
The prolapsing anus is upgraded.
I think this episode must have a color version because the picture quality looks so much better than the previous one. Don't you think?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Well, the picture quality in this episode is better than episode 1.
Hang on, we're still on episode
We're still
1.
in episode 1. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm just talking down my arse. I guess
Talking out your prolapsed arse.
Exactly.
Now, Chibnall, this is how you do exposition. You have two people have a conversation about things that they're actually interested in.
I guess we'll have to have a conversation.
What?
Yeah, that is definitely where he gets it wrong. Because it's just like, it just has the Doctor just Wikipedia article things to everybody, rather than have characters interact.
Well, what I like about it is, like, the Doctor asks questions, and the Brigadier answers them, and he's like, I'm not happy with these answers. What the hell are you doing? And the Brigadier's like, well, this is what we do here. It's not good enough for me. Ugh.
God, this is Chernobyl going on right here.
Whereas, like, with Spyfall, it's like Stephen Fry's like, now, I could tell you all about the plot, but in about 10 seconds I'm going to get hit in the neck with a dart, and then you have to go ask someone else about it.
And then we are going to rip off the sound of the drums.
Yes, and then you're going to have to rip off every other Master story you've seen.
And then you're going to hand over an Indian man to Nazis. That's not fucked up at all.
And then at the end, it's going to rip off the Power of Three, because Chris Chibnall only has one plot and one ending. And then you're going to have to rip off Blink, because you're going to have the Doctor tell them what to do in a timey-wimey way.
And then you're gonna...
I mean, literally all of Series
and then you're
12
going to have
is
a
just...
really interesting abstract villain called the Kazavans that you're just going to completely ignore after you've got all of the audience interested in what they were.
When you look at, like, Chibnall's episodes in Series 12, it's literally just things from Series 3 done again. Like, you've got a rip-off of Blink, you've got the Chameleon Arch from Human Nature, and you've got the Master, you've got the Sound of Drums thing with the TARDIS team, you've got fucking...
A Master hidden at grave sites.
Yeah, the Master's literally there as well. And you've got the Jadoon as well, they're in Series 12. You've got Celebrity Historical, like the Shakespeare Code, you've got the it's everywhere.
And
if you count Resolution, if you count Resolution as Series 12, you've got a Dalek hybrid too.
Less hentai this time.
Yeah. Although there was a little bit of it.
What do you think Revolution of the Daleks is going to be about?
Ugh. Predictable.
I think you're right.
I mean, Jack's probably going to be in Sharded just like the Doctor is. And then they'll escape, and then they'll fight the Daleks, and then Graham and Ryan will be like, okay, it's time for us to go home now.
I've learned how to shoot hoops, so my character arc's complete.
And Graham's like, yeah, so I'll give you a buzz when I know about my cancer.
God, this has really become like an Australian gangster. Give you a buzz when I know about my cancer.
Oh, this is gonna be this is the first, like, Crash Zoom cliffhanger, isn't it? Of the Pertwee era.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Oh, I fucking love the one in Colony in Space when the machine just comes into the room out of nowhere. Like, the episode was really flat.
Clunky, non-threatening.
Yeah, it was really flat up to this point, and then the last 5 seconds is suddenly a lot of tension.
I like Colony in Space, though.
Oh yeah, so do I. I like Colony in Space too. It's really charming. It's just there's just parts of it that I laugh at.
Yeah.
Like how they're in the far future, but there's like physical paper calendars.
Well, I mean, isn't the point meant to be that it's quite a backwards colony?
Yeah. But still, it's just a bit like...
You know, the Master of Callus is set in the same time period as Colony in Space.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They talk about the IMC Mining Corporation. And
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, no Sting. Still no Sting.
Nah, it's not till Ambassadors of Death.
It's alright. Tomorrow in Ambassadors.
Oh, Ambassadors,
really
you get
Sting.
yeah,
you get like multiple stings.
Yeah, you get 2 stings per episode.
They tell me you're ready for what?
I will. I have to do this thing. Yep, part 2, and then 3, 2, 1, go. Part 2.
Pertwee stares into your soul.
You know
see,
what?
if you wake up and you see that
Is
at the
that-
end of your bed,
Is
run.
that actually a picture of John Pertwee, or is that a puppet? It always looked like a puppet to me.
a puppet?
It,
This
it,
is John Pertwee.
it looks like a puppet of John Pertwee's head.
Imagine how much money it would cost to make an accurate puppet of John Pertwee.
I
They
don't know.
didn't have the budget for that, man. It's just him with a bit of makeup on and doing a really weird face where he's like pursing his lips.
Yeah. The fucking Tom Baker season 18 one where it looks like someone took a picture of him when he wasn't ready.
Oh yeah, because you just go like, ugh.
Yeah.
Well, he kind of just represents Tom Baker in that season where he's just, I'm sick of this shit.
Yeah. Although I feel like Tom Baker not really enjoying season 18 actually kind of works. Because it kind of fits in with what they're trying to do with the character at that point. So it's like it's unintentionally actually quite productive.
Oh, maybe it's the other way around. There's like Tom Baker's like not acting well. What can we do? It's like, well, let's just make it so that's part of the script.
Exactly. That's why when you get that scene in Full Circle
Genius
when he
move.
has to yell at those people, it actually is really intimidating because he's actually angry behind the scenes. So he's like, I'm just going to put this into my acting. It's like, holy fuck. And he like went full on Seeds of Doom. Scobie!
No chance. I love Seed.
It's beautiful.
He's definitely not the man who never would in that.
Oh no.
Like twisting people's necks, getting the gun out, punching people.
Mm-hmm.
He's more of an action hero in that than John Pertwee.
Yeah. Well, Tom Baker's a very violent doctor.
He is a bit. He gets away with just
I think people would often think Colin's more violent because he's got less stories, but Tom has a long era with a lot of violence. I think the 70s is
Tom
definitely
Baker
the
kills
most.
quite a lot of people as well.
The 70s is the most physically violent decade of Doctor Who.
I don't know about that. There's some like you've seen people burn in an acid bath in Vengeance on Varos.
Well, I mean, the 80s is
In the
more
same
like.
season, we see like somebody's brutalized head in a Dalek case,
This is true.
begging his own daughter to kill him, and then in the Two Doctors, the Doctor gets some cyanide and a net, and like suffocates this person to death.
You know what's
on
even
camera,
more
and then
brutal.
says, "You're just dessert."
And you know what's even more brutal is that a lot of it's played for comedy as well.
And in Attack of the Cybermen, Litton's hands are crushed so hard by Cybermen, they bleed.
Yeah. It's probably it's probably why
alone makes the 80s more violent.
it's probably why Mark of the Rani feels like a breath of fresh air because there's no violence in it. It's just a nice little adventure. I wish I could sit like that all the time with like Pertwee is. It's very good at sitting in chairs.
Is it possible to learn this power?
Not from a Jodie stan.
From a Judy. It's quite good. I like that. Right, I'm gonna practice some John Pertwee sitting. Right, let's see. Oh, I can't cross my legs enough. I have no flexibility.
You're gonna be like
That
really.
doesn't work because I'm short and stocky rather than he has quite a slender frame.
He's quite tall.
Yeah, he's tall and slender, whereas I'm short and stocky.
Although the tallest doctor was Tom. Tom Baker was like 6'5".
Yeah. Pretty sure Jodie's actually ends up being the smallest doctor.
I think it's Jodie and Sylvester are the same height.
Yeah. But it's like she doesn't look the smallest,
Yeah.
but
And
she
then
actually is.
Patrick Troughton is just taller than both those people. I think John Hurt's actually surprisingly quite short as well.
Yeah, I think he is. Oh, he must hate that. He just got out-chatted by a bureaucrat. Oh, it's Paul Darrow.
Is it?
I always forget that Paul Darrow's in this story.
Is he really?
Yeah, that's Paul Darrow right there.
Right, okay. He's also in Time Lash.
Yeah, let's talk about that better. But to be fair, he is kind of fun in Time Lapse just because he completely hams it up.
Well, apparently he's the best part of that story.
I'd agree. Well, then again, the stuff with the Borad's actually not that bad. Like, the only good things are the Borad and Paul Darrow.
I just find it so funny how dramatic that coin flip was.
But no, it deserves to be among the worst, man. It really does. It deserves to at least make the shortlist. At the very least.
I just find it so funny how it's like Time Lash, King's Demons, and Time and the Rani all didn't make it.
And they're like some of my
and then
least
and then
favourite.
and then after
I think
all of
what made
that,
me extra annoyed is it's going to make me look like more of a classic elitist than I am.
yeah.
Because there wasn't enough classic stories in the box.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, they were all 80s. But it's funny like how those three happened, and then everyone had hope. Like when I was like trying to get End of Time out the bottom 20, and then people were like, "Holy shit, is this actually going to happen?" But then alas, I got the coin flip wrong. I didn't go with my instinct. I went opposite of my instinct. I thought heads first, then I said tails, and it was heads.
I was so happy that I managed to get one contentious story on there after I missed out on Time Lapse and the King's Demons and Time of the Rani. Although, to be fair, I think I would have sacrificed those three stories to get End of Time on all this, not gonna lie. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong, technically, from a very technical standpoint, those three stories are definitely worse, but I hate End of
Well, I
Time
think
more.
that's what you said. You were so enraged about it that you're like honestly like Time Lash deserves to be on here more than End of Time because of its like just like all of its flaws.
It's like End of Time was actually trying to do something. I don't like what it was trying to do. It didn't work for me, but it was actually trying to do something. Time Lapse wasn't trying to do anything. It was just being shit.
I love this though, point of view of the Silurian and like building up the mystery behind it.
Oh yeah, this episode's really great. How it builds up the mystery, and then you get a reveal, and then you get the drama related to that. It's kind of up to the story of two halves, but each half really complements the other.
It's coronavirus. it's interesting how this story and the Web of Fear both have Lethbridge Stewart and the Doctor clashing, but for completely different reasons. Because in the Web of Fear, Lethbridge Stewart is like suspicious because it's a mystery, and the Doctor isn't that authoritative. He's under Lethbridge Stewart's control. Whereas here, it's more like they have a disagreement over an issue, and it comes to a head.
Yeah, I really like that here. I wish we'd got to see more of an impact of the disagreement, to be honest.
Well, the only thing we really got was that in
stories.
the Ambassadors of Death, Pertwee's basically just a massive asshole in it. That's all it is.
I feel Inferno does reflect it a little bit, though.
Oh, yeah.
Because it shows, like, how the Brigadier could have been in a different world.
I think it's just, once you get to Season 8, it seems like all is forgiven.
And we saw a bit of... Yeah, because like, you see a bit of that Brigade leader side of it in this story, almost.
I feel like maybe they could have... In Season 8, they could have had a little bit of it carry over, and then at some point around Mind of Evil, Claws of Axos, they could have started to sort of transition the beef out. You know, that
Well, the Brigadier slowly becomes a caricature after Season 7 is the problem.
He's still really fun, though, but he definitely has a lot more cartoonish.
Yeah, he's still a good character, but the complexity of the character just disappears after this season.
Well, you compare him from in the Silurians to the Three Doctors, it's like massive difference.
The Three Doctors is the worst offender. Like,
it's
the Breeder's
really
just flat out unlikable in that episode.
I think it's pretty funny though. Like,
the Silurian's been on the piss.
The fact that
missed the last bus home. Now he's fallen asleep in the barn.
I like how the door just opened after he closed it. It's a broken door. This set with the blue background light was only Season 7, I think. It didn't come back after this.
Which set?
This one. It has like a weird blue background to it.
What the?
It's almost like it was meant to be blue screen, but then they didn't do anything with it.
No, it's just a boring grey wall.
No, the other side of it. The other side.
We do more blue screen than Ambassadors, don't you worry.
Oh yeah, that's right, yeah.
Well, they have some Skype calls. The hyper advanced future technology. Oh, he's edging. He's edging.
He's prolapsing.
Doctor Who with the prolapsed anuses.
That's become the theme of this stream.
I can't think of any prolapsed anuses in Ambassadors, but you know, in Inferno, like, they're drilling right down to that anus. They're giving the Earth like a big arse.
That's why the Ambassadors of Death,
just like Chris Eccleston predicted, the Earth turned round and shit on them.
That's why the Ambassadors is the weakest of Season 7, because it doesn't have any prolapsed anuses in it. I do not understand people that think that A Hungry Earth Cold Blood is better than this story. I just don't get it.
I mean, you know, opinions and opinions and all that. And, you know, I am kind of saying this tongue in cheek, but come on, you fucking idiot. Better say it.
Like,
it's just a crapper version of this story.
Absolutely.
It's just a not as well done version.
Like,
it just completely rips it off and doesn't do it as well.
Like, you make a comparison, right? Obviously, like, there's all the obvious comparisons, like how alien the Silurians are here compared to how they are there. But the biggest comparison I can give that just completely defines why this story is so superior to the Hungry Earth Cold Blood is the ending, how this is resolved. It's like you have a conflict of like indigenous species and like who owns land. It's all the complex stuff around that, and the way it's resolved is the brigadier makes the decision to kill them, and the doctor, out of pure disagreement, starts to resent the brigadier from it, which is so interesting. It's such a brilliant way to end a story. Whereas with Cold Blood, they're about to have like a treaty signed between them, and then one of them goes rogue, and the doctor uses a sonic screwdriver, and they run away. It's just like it's nowhere near the level of intensity.
I loved your description there.
But that's exactly what fucking happens, though. The doctor just uses a sonic screwdriver to disarm their guns, and they run away, and the only consequence comes from the fucking arbitrary crack in the wall. It's not got nothing to do with the Silurians.
Oh yeah, because Rory dies for like the
Rory gets
60th
shot,
time in that
and
story,
then
doesn't he?
Rory gets shot.
Actually,
and
I think that was the first time he died, but he would go to die many more times.
Oh yeah. Like by the time it got to Angels Take Manhattan, it was just funny.
It's just like, oh, Rory's died again. Let's tick that off the bingo.
Yeah.
The Muppet era bingo.
Oh.
Ooh, ooh. Guys.
What is it with farmers in the Pertwee area? There's so many farmers.
The police. But the police. Connor, the police.
I love how you get to see inside the Silurian's eyes.
Oh, ooh, getting another woman. Get on with it, woman. He just bitch slapped him.
This is what the Chibnall era needs more of.
Have you seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
No, but I'm aware of it. I know what it's like.
Oh, okay. Then what I was about to say wouldn't make sense. It doesn't matter. There's basically just an episode where it takes place from the point of view of Danny DeVito's character, and one of the things he keeps on doing in that episode is just like pushing people out the way by their face. That just looked exactly like that.
Yeah, the Brigadier in season 7 is one of the best characters in the whole show, bar none. Like,
Yeah, definitely.
not just the writing, but the performance. Nick Courtney just pulls off the. He has this way where he acts, and you see an expression on his face, and you know what he's thinking. That's like the best way of acting, is when you say something, but the way you say it makes you think something else, which is the antithesis of what Chibnall does, where Chibnall just tells you what to think. Oh.
Oh, get roasted.
Oh my god, I'm so offended.
He's triggered.
Yeah, that's one of the best parts about Pertwee, is how brutally honest he is. Fucking get ripped.
Oh, I love Peter Miles so much. Oh, his face there, it was priceless. How many times was Nick Courtney practicing that reaction in the mirror?
God, these two actors just have so much big dick energy.
They are. It's just like two Chads trying to out Chad each other constantly. It's like the Mavellan War, where it's like two Chads trying to
Yeah.
out Chad each other and anticipate each other's Chad.
Yeah, and also
Fascinating.
like Caroline John's the same. Like she's really like strong alongside those two as well, which is quite impressive.
Oh no, she has a swinging pair of bollocks, man.
Mm.
Impressive size.
Mm.
Have you listened to any of the Big Finish where Liz Shaw, like not Liz Shaw, Caroline John's daughter is playing Liz Shaw now?
I've only heard the last post.
Oh well, since she died, like her daughter's taken over playing the role, and she does it perfectly.
Mhm.
Like, not only does she sound like her, she does the acting just like her.
Great.
There's a really good sequel to Inferno as well,
This is a COVID patient.
with her in. Everybody, go listen to Primord, the Big Finish story. It's great.
Apparently, Elizabeth Sladen's daughter is doing Sarah Jane as well in the Fourth Doctor Adventures, is what I've heard.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Cyberman Lost Story, because apparently, from what I've heard, that's
Return of the
basically
Cybermen, yeah.
what Revenge of the Cybermen should have been.
Mm.
Like, in terms of, being a kind of gothic, dark Hinchcliffe Cyberman story.
Hinchcliffe era Cybermen Gothic would have been great.
Well, that's apparently what that is.
Yeah.
What I've heard, so I'm definitely getting that. I love the Lost Stories in general, so.
Yeah. I at some point soon I'm gonna get into.
Bitch slapped.
I love this. This builds up the whole thing around like the Silurians being scary, you know. You see these people like as frightened as they are by them. As opposed to like Hungry Earth, which is just like some kid gets chased and like she attacks him with her tongue. Like it's night and day.
So, this actually looks like a fucking reptile. Is the thing.
Well,
The
yeah,
ones
but
in New Who
and
they just look like humans made up.
And because they look so different, it makes more sense why the humans are so scared of them.
Exactly.
Whereas in the Hungry Earth Cold Blood,
because
like the humans just come across as
not
like
only did they look like humans, they also act like humans as well.
Yeah.
Whereas in here, they do neither. Bitch slap.
Yeah. See, now that worked well as like a damsel in distress moment because the Silurians are so built up as a threat. It made sense, and also she was blindsided as well. What was I gonna say?
I think anybody would scream in that moment.
Oh yeah, I would. Fucking reptile comes towards you. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so like in the Hungry Earth,
bitch slap you.
In the Hungry Earth, the humans just like come across as like racist when they don't appreciate the Silurians because it's like humans with reptile skin. And it's like, you took my child.
Racism is a factor, though, but I think it has to be a bit more complex than that.
Oh yeah,
it has to be like they're so culturally different that it's impossible.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing of like if you would just
get on.
If you discover like
really difficult to understand each other.
Well, again, like the difference is like it's like if you discover a tribe that doesn't speak the same language as you, like the Aztecs or something. Or just something like that, like a savage tribe, whereas in the Hungry Earth Cold Blood, they all speak like perfect English and are basically just humans with green skin. And the whole conflict is like
the Aztecs were ripping people's hearts out. You would be a bit scared.
Yeah, whereas like with Silurians and Hungry Earth, it's like you took my child and now I'm gonna kill you.
Anyway, do you want to start episode 3?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's begin part 3 in 3, 2, 1, go.
It feels like that part was inspired by the Scales of Injustice, because that has a little boy being taken and experimented on. Looks a bit more better there. Well, the Scales of Injustice, I don't know, because I adapted that for Joey's audio plays, like Virgin Books, and it's not a bad story, but it's just like massive fan wank. It's just like you get to know this. It's basically just the same old Silurian story, except for you get to know the Silurians more as characters. and then also there's all of this stuff building on from season 7 and the invasion. It's a really weird one. But there's other like more human conspiracy going on at the same time, which almost overshadows the Silurian bit, to be honest.
I mean, I just enjoy listening to
Bitch
the
slap.
adaptations regardless of the stories. Like, apparently, Witchmark's kind of garbage, but hearing the adaptation was really fun.
I still haven't listened to that one yet.
Oh, it's a breeze. It's like 2 parts, and it's a breeze.
Yeah, I played a role in that. I just was like, right, I don't know what to do here, so I'm just gonna camp it up.
Well, I played Emrys Hughes in that, and that was great fun.
Yeah.
I had a scene where I almost shot someone.
I was just constantly asking for witches to be burned.
Burn the witch.
Well, the one I'm adapting currently is the Sorcerer's Apprentice, not related to the Magician's Apprentice.
Oh, thank
And
God for
I
that.
wasn't sure how I'd feel about it. I wasn't sure how I'd feel about that because it's like one of the more fantasy-oriented stories, but actually it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. There's about 3 major twists in the story, which are just insane and like blew my mind while I was reading. I'm really excited to
Nice.
see it
Excellent.
produced. It's
I
like
love
probably
a
really
good
long
twist.
Hartnell.
I mean, I've listened recently
It's
to.
it's one of those Hartnells where you got like Ian and the Doctor going on a big quest with a group of people.
I've had a few great twists lately with Big Finish, because I recently listened to Omega for the first time and Project Lazarus and Terra Firma.
Did you see that twist coming though?
Which one?
The Omega twist.
Oh, unfortunately, I did have the Omega one partially spoiled, but I didn't quite have the context of it spoiled, so it was still partly shocking. But I remember in the moment when it happened, I was
like part 2 or part 3 cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, oh my god. What?
Yeah, it's amazing.
What?
It's amazing.
It was that the whole time?
Yeah. But I didn't know anything about the Project Lazarus or the Terra Firma twist, though, and those are amazing.
Yeah, those are 2 great twists.
Like, honestly, the end of part 2, Project Lazarus, I almost cried. And then you heard the part 3 opening theme play, and I was just like, oh, this is amazing.
Yeah, that one's a very good.
I love how that's.
I unfortunately watched it after having already heard. I hadn't heard Project Twilight first.
Oh.
I just got back because 2 Doctors in one story.
Oh, right.
This is back in 2015 when I was a bit more susceptible to fanwank. But that one wasn't fanwank, to be fair.
Oh no, Project Lazarus is amazing. I love how it somehow manages to do a Colin Baker story and a McCoy story in one.
It's another really nasty one. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Well, the build up in parts 1 and 2, and it's perfectly a sequel to Doctor Who and the Pirates as well, because Doctor Who and the Pirates is all about preventing a woman from, killing herself, and that was great. And then you get Project Lazarus, and what happens, and it's just like to Evelyn is just it's heartbreaking. And then parts 3 and 4 are just soul ripping. It's one of the most creative multi-Doctor stories I think there's ever been, Project Lazarus.
I'd say it's the best by far. Because most of them are just kind of either okay or not that great stories that are just vehicles to have fan-like multiple Doctors. Whereas this one actually has an interesting idea.
Yeah. I really like I think the 3 Doctors worked as like the first one really well, because like it introduced Omega.
Yeah, that one had some interesting ideas. To be fair,
Omega was great.
Was
Omega was great, and also like as like fan wanky as it is, like Patrick Troughton and John Pertwee are just perfect together.
I mean, I suppose fan wank didn't really exist that much back then.
Well, that was the first time that it pretty much ever was fan wank.
Because then it was more of a celebration rather than fan wank.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah.
Because it wasn't really until the 80s that there was a real sense of a Doctor Who community.
This is the first ever season 7 helicopter.
It will not be the last.
I don't know how they got away with it. They used so many helicopters and really well.
Well, it's because when you're doing 7-parters all set on Earth, you have a lot of budget left over.
Mm.
Because you can reuse all the same
Oh, no,
sets.
it's not necessarily
for each
about the
episode.
budget, though. It's about the fucking danger. Like, it's really dangerous.
Well, it's not that dangerous.
Well, I
Lots of
mean,
people go
what they do in
helicopters.
Ambassadors of Death of the helicopter is pretty dangerous.
Well, don't worry. Action is by Havoc. They know what they're doing. Because, I mean, they got, like, proper stunt people in for Season 7. Like, you're in all the
Yeah,
stories.
true. Yeah. That's why it's so slick.
And they'll have in their contracts, like, of the stunt people that it's like, if you get killed, you know, it's on you.
Of course it's on you if you get killed.
Well, that's how it is. The poor life of stunt people. Like in the first Mad Max, somebody like actually really in real life dies on screen.
Wow.
Like when it's a scene where like somebody falls off a motorbike and it hits him on the head. That fractures his cranium and he died. And the family said, "Well, keep it in because we don't want to have died for nothing."
That's pretty good, actually. To be fair, to say that, be like, hey, it's gonna make the film legendary.
I love how he's got like a little Russian hat on. He's a spy.
I think one thing to bring up about these longer stories, like the 7-parters, for example, is that I feel like some people, especially people that have only seen Yoo-Hoo, they mistake padding for world building.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think I think there is a difference between padding and world building, and I think a story like this has a lot of world building in it. Whereas it's not that there aren't stories with padding, because there are stories with padding, but this isn't it.
Exactly. It's just, I think some people just aren't, like, they're used to just kind of basically fast food TV, which is like, nom, 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 nom.
Yeah.
Whereas I kind of like, you know, a 3-course meal TV, whereas, like, you know, you really get into the world and the characters.
But the thing is because they're not used to it, they assume that it's padding, but it isn't.
Yeah. I get why it's difficult to get into, because I started watching it when I was quite little, so I was more or less just raised on this style of TV. Hence why I really like it. I think the older you start classically, the more difficult it is to get into.
Yeah, like a story that actually has padding would be something like The Power of Kroll. That actually has padding, because it has the characters don't do anything for like a whole episode. Like Warriors of the Deep.
I mean, it's usually the shit ones that actually have padding.
Yeah, Warriors of the Deep has padding. Like all the fucking action in the middle episodes is just so pathetic. Although to be fair,
even Evil of the Daleks is a good story that has padding there.
Oh
Because
yeah,
there's
yeah,
so many
yeah.
unnecessary side plots that don't need to be there.
Episode 6.
Like when Jamie's kidnapped for no reason, and then nothing happens because of it.
Yeah,
Like
well,
he's kidnapped at the
I
end
think
of
I've said
episode
before,
2,
like,
and then he gets rescued, and then it meant nothing.
I think I said before that like episode 6 and 5 should have been compiled into episode 5, and then they should have had 2 episodes on Skaro in 6 and 7.
Exactly.
It would have worked better for
Because
the pacing.
episode 7 is brilliant on Skaro.
Yeah, it's brilliant, but it's too short.
It goes by too fast.
It's way too short.
Yeah, it goes too fast.
A whole 45
you could have
minutes
cut
on
an episode
Skaro
of the
would have
Victorian
been great.
House and just had it on Skaro.
Yeah. Also, an episode with fucking padding in it is The Magician's Apprentice. Like, the whole first half of that episode is just nothing, and then they get to Skaro, and then
The
it's a
first half of
cliffhanger.
that is basically a prologue. Like, it's a 45-minute long prologue to The Witcher's Familiar. It's a complete abuse of the 2-part format.
Yeah. And also, it's so weird how, like, the Smith era has so many, like what you said, like, fast food episodes, right? But then you get something like The Flesh 2-parter, which is just didn't need to be 2 parts. It's got so much padding in it.
Now, they say that the flesh two-parter is basically when you get a really big meal of something you don't like. Like, say, you get a massive bowl of mushroom stroganoff. That's something I hate. It's just like, you've got to eat it, but you just can't do it fast because it's so disgusting. So you just end up spending ages just scooping this disgusting stuff in your mouth.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's what the flesh two-parter is.
They gave 2 parts of the wrong story. Like, if they'd given
Yeah,
two...
like, think about all of the Series 6 episodes.
if they
literally
given
had 2 parts.
2 parts to A Good Man Goes to War or The Wedding of River Song, it may actually be believable and, like, actually worth doing stories of that scale. Like, especially...
I think other stories like The Doctor's Wife might have been even better with an extra part to play with.
I think The Doctor's Wife gets away with it. I think it gets away with it, but something like A Good Man Goes to War and Wedding of River Song, it just embodies, like, these are very important episodes that just not fuck all happens because it's too short.
Yeah.
Like, I think there are plenty of examples of when you can do a good 1-part story, but I feel like the finales should always be at least 2 parts because they need to be for that kind of scale.
But so many one-parters try to do like a big scale, or just try to do like a story that isn't really isn't really confined.
Well, I mean,
It just doesn't
sometimes they
work.
get away with it though. Like, I recently watched the Shakespeare Code, and that gets away with it because it has a passage of time, and the scale of it is built up in a different way to how multi-parters are. But then you get something like A Good Man Goes to War, which
But you sort of get away with it, but it's just like. But it's just at the same time, it would be so much better if you just had more time to get to know the world and develop the plot.
Well,
I mean,
you say that,
yeah,
but
you get away with it, but it's just a mediocre story that I'm never going to go back to.
Oh, I disagree. I think it's great. It certainly does just get over the finish line though, and that's, I think, part of the issue with 45 minutes is that you really have to be so careful to get it right.
RTD got away with it a bit more, but I still feel a lot of it he didn't.
There are some of them that suffer, like God, I'm trying to think of an example. Like something like the Doctor's
I think the reason why
Daughter.
it doesn't hurt RTD as badly because he understands that you just have to go with one idea and just run with that.
Mhm.
Whereas Moffat tries to cram about 50 billion ideas.
Oh yeah, like something like Listen is just ridiculous.
Even Chibnall's done it as well.
Oh yeah,
like look
Chibnall
at.
does that.
I mean, even Spyfall. I know that's actually a 2-part, but look at how many different ideas and plots.
Oh yeah, it's
are
like a
going
whole
on there.
season's
That's
worth.
enough to fill like a whole season.
Yeah.
And so all of it just comes out.
Like it's the length of Spearhead
it's
from
all
Space,
rushed.
right? It's the length of Spearhead from Space, but it has as many ideas as the entire of season 7 has.
Season 7 will be one of the worst seasons if they had to do it in like 1-parters.
If every story was 45 minutes, yeah. If Inferno was 45 minutes. God.
But the thing is, they try to do stories on that with that kind of length of scale. If you get what I mean.
Well, yeah, it's
So they
it's
try to
hard.
do stories with that advanced in 45 minutes.
Exactly.
It's
That's
just
why
like,
something
no.
like the Battle of Ranskar of Kolos or the Wedding of River Song doesn't get away with it because it doesn't have the time to do so. And like A Good Man Goes
Well,
to
I
War.
don't know about Battle of Ranskar of Kolos. There's no ideas there. That one's the opposite. That one's devoid of anything.
True, yeah. If that was 2 parts, that'd be garbage. Even worse. Oh, I love this. I love how he's like so anxious.
There's a lot of people spying at people through windows in this series.
I just love it how it's like he's trying to hide something and the Doctor kind of is kind of aware of it, you know? But
Yeah,
but
so
he's
he clearly knows.
Mm. like we were saying, like A Good Man Goes to War is an episode that tries to be as big as the series 4 finale is, except not quite universe-wide, but in terms of like having all the team-up characters and whatnot, but it just doesn't get there. It's all like Flash.
I don't get why everybody thinks that's a classic. I just thought
it's
that
not.
was just
I think it's
stream of bullshit.
Honestly, I think it's below
substance.
average. I don't
Yeah,
really
I'd
like
agree.
it.
Absolutely.
It's not the worst thing ever, but it's like, I don't know, like a 4.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I suppose it's like the whole hype
It's
around
just all
River Song
completely
or something.
rushed, vacuous grandiloquence.
I suppose it's all like the hype around River Song and is what people get excited about.
It's like, was that really that great a revelation?
Oh, it's so clever.
Not really.
She's naming her his daughter. It's so clever. It's so clever because her name's Pond and her name's River.
Fuck's sake.
Melody Pond, River Song. Oh, yeah, another thing that's great about this is that the Silurians is actually a real thing in real life. It's like an actual breed of dinosaur. So it's kind of true to the real world in a way.
Silurians is real, man. We know the truth. The government's hiding it from us.
Yeah.
90% of the Silurian population was killed by the government in 1970. Spread
This
the
is
truth.
It's like the reverse of Area 51. It's like rather than from space, they're from the planet core.
Yeah, in Inferno, they were actually drilling to kill off the last Silurian settlements.
How depressed does it make you?
Brigadier.
How depressed does it make you that more people probably know Brian Blessed from The Phantom Menace than Blackadder?
I mean, not really, because the first series of Blackadder's shit. That's the only one Brian Blessed.
That's true. Yeah. Well, they know him.
It makes
more
me sad
from...
that Rowan Atkinson's more known as Mr. Bean than as Blackadder.
Well, Mr. Bean's pretty good.
Well, yeah, but it's not a patch on Blackadder.
It's certainly more universal than Blackadder though, because it transcends language.
Bother for that, I don't care. Foreigners can get their own Blackadder.
Blackadder's like Galaxy Brain Rowan Atkinson comedy. Well, Brian Blessed's more famous for Phantom Menace than Mind Warp.
I don't really care, to be honest. I know that I am in a niche. I own that niche.
Oh, I just love all the performances in the story. They're just...
Yeah, it's no good.
I love how just everyone's an asshole. Everyone. Except for maybe Liz.
Casting seems to be, for like all the side characters, is so much better in classic.
Well, because they're cast to play the roles of really direct in what they want, whereas with New Who they tend to sort of, doesn't matter what kind of story you get, they're all sort of the same kind of, I don't know, characters.
Yeah, the side characters rarely get any development.
Like it's like
Who.
all
Which is one of the
Chibnall
big
era
problems I have
side,
with it.
like all Chibnall era side characters, no matter what planet or time it's in, they're all just like Broadchurch characters without any substance. And then you get with like the
I
Stephen
think that's
Moffat.
why one of the reasons I love Classic Who so much more is because I like all of the extremely memorable and fun side characters you get here. You just don't get it, at least not that often. There's some cases like Impossible Planet Satan Pit.
Oh, I love that. And What Is of Mars?
That's another one.
What Is of Mars with all the different
What Was of Mars?
people from all the different places, and it kind of mirrors the moon base with all the different like nationalities on the base.
Yeah, absolutely.
I fucking love that scene.
I just want
where
more of that.
I love that
that's part of
scene.
what makes Doctor Who so fun and memorable.
Oh yeah, one
Not
of my
just going places,
like-
but also meeting lots of people.
like I have a lot of scenes in What Is of Mars that I often say will be my favorite because I just love the story so much. But one of my favorite scenes in What Is of Mars is the one where Yuri is talking to the flood monster about his partner or something, and it's just so interesting how like they use a side character telling you about their backstory to build up to them being killed. It's just, I love it. And you got that great scene where that woman walks into that room and she sees a video of her children, and then she gets showered in water. It's just, it's heartbreaking. And then you hear like the doctor's walking away
some
from
of the deaths in that are really impactful.
and then the doctor's walking away from the base, and he can just hear her screaming. It's just, it rips your chest out. It's beautiful.
I know. I think my favorite death in that one is when the guy who controls the robots, I think, he kind of gets the water drop on his face. It's like, oh, come on, was it Roman, his name? It's like, come on, Roman. And he's like,
Yeah.
No. And they said one drop.
Yeah.
And then just
Yeah.
gyrates.
Oh, and then there's also the one with the Australian guy's about to go away in the rocket ship and like flee, and then he gets infected, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, fucking hell, mate!" And then he like pushes the button and it
And
explodes.
he blows up the ship.
Yeah. Oh, What Is a Mars is like one of the best. Like, each individual death means something, you know, and they're all different.
Yeah.
And then of
I'm
course,
still not quite sure how I feel about the Time of Victoria stuff, but I do really like the rest of the story. And I know that the whole point is the Time of the Victoria stuff,
Yeah.
but you can just watch it as like a self-contained story,
well,
and
yeah,
it still works really well.
well, yeah, it's kind of like two stories in one. That one, which is why I love it. It's like
Yeah.
two things I love in Doctor Who in one story. But yeah, it definitely you can separate the two sides of it if you want.
I'm not saying I don't like the Time of Victoria stuff. I'm just saying I'm not sure about it.
It's funny how they're
it's not
making an
necessarily
entire
what I go
spin-off
to
series
Doctor Who
about it,
for.
though. You find that weird?
I think it is an interesting idea to see what happens if the Doctor just becomes like
I
an
love this
egomaniac.
design for the Silurians. I love it.
Oh, it's so good, isn't it? Also, notice how we're on part 3 and it's only just been revealed.
Yeah, but it feels right.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's the right time to do it. It means like because it's all building up. Slowly, the mystery is just
by
building
this
up,
by
getting
this
layers
point
and layers and layers.
by this point in Spyfall, the Master's already been handed over to the Nazis. It just gives you a perspective of the pacing, you know.
Man, like just the more I think about that scene, the more I realise just how absolutely messed up that was. Like at the time, I didn't really think that much of it, but the more I think, it's just like, what the fuck was that, Chibnall?
Yeah. Right. Are you ready to start part 4?
Yep.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
So I mean, because the problem isn't necessarily that the Doctor hands over the Master to the Nazis, because the Master, like, that is a good way to get rid of him, especially when he's an evil fucker. But it's the fact that she doesn't say it like that. She says it like they can see you for who you really are.
Mm.
Like that's the line where it's just like, so they can see he's not white. That's literally what you just said, Jeremy.
Yeah. What I was going to say about the Time Lord Victorious thing and What Is a Mars is that it's not something that's just contained to that one story. Unlike the flood part of it, you kind of have to be invested in the entire character arc to.
Oh yeah,
really
I know
get
that's
into it.
what all of Tennant's Doctor's been building up to. Like I'm not unaware of that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more of a long-term thing as opposed to like the flood story, which is contained to that one episode.
Yeah.
But I
get the feeling though the Time Lord Victorious, like most spin-off 10th Doctor content, is just going to play it ridiculously safe.
Oh yeah, probably, yeah, which is really
Not
a
doing
shame
anything
because it's
interesting.
like it's the least safe thing from like the TV run of his Doctor. It's so weird how that would be the case, but it's probably true.
Like seriously, I would actually be interested in seeing some new Tennant stuff if they would actually do something interesting.
Also, might I add, I love the fact that they have the Doctor. How obviously the cliffhanger is that it's the Silurian, but I love how it's like the Doctor straight away is like, I want to communicate with this guy, this Silurian. It makes him different to the humans, and it just straight away you can now see the Doctor's now stuck between a rock and a hard place here. and the rest of the story just unfolds from here, and it's so good. We need more of this in Doctor Who, please. It's so good.
Can we just have good Doctor Who again? Is it really that much to ask?
Yeah.
Just write some fucking self-contained adventures with a good runtime.
My favorite thing, the thing that I always remember, even when it first broadcast in 2009, I would have been 11 or 12 years old when it first broadcast, probably around my 12th birthday. I just remember just sitting there being so shocked that this character who, I was a young kid at the time, so I was this character that I've seen as a sort of heroic figure on TV, right? As a kid, right? The fact that him losing control of his vices ended up causing a woman to commit suicide, that really shocked me, and it still kind of does. Whenever I watch What Is a Mars, I'm just it's so insane how not only you've got the side of it where it's all of the tenants Dr. Carrie drug leading up to that point, but also within the self-contained story, you put in perspective. I put this on Twitter when I was describing the episode, and it's a little thing. It's someone who didn't wash carrots properly led to a woman killing herself. That's literally what happens in the story.
I mean, you could say that about just so many events, though. Something goes slightly wrong.
Oh yeah, stepping on a butterfly, that sort of thing.
Butterfly effect. It's the butterfly effect, really, in action.
Yeah.
Although one of my favorite examples of this in fiction is: have you ever seen the film Brazil?
Oh yeah. We've talked about how the fly steps on the thing and spells it one letter differently.
The fly lands inside a typewriter, which means the last name of somebody is typed slightly wrong. So they go and arrest the wrong person, and that leads to the society slowly unwinding.
Well, yeah, I mean, with that, we were comparing that to Natural History of Fear, how watching TV for a little bit too long led to the editor being losing his position.
It led to the unraveling of their society because it slowly everything dominoed into the revolution.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to go after this part, as I've got a few things I need to do today.
All right. Fair enough.
But yeah, no, it's fun. I've had some. We always have some very productive discussion.
Oh yeah.
Although this time it was just us basically shitting on Chibnall for most of it.
Well, I mean, does that count as productive?
It's difficult not to, though. It's difficult not to, though, because his Doctor Who is just so shit. At least Moffat was trying to do something.
I mean, there's the only parts of Chibnall's era that I like is what the guest writers have brought to it. That's it. Because
Exactly.
Some of the guest writers are good, but then Chibnall's episodes are just dour. They're just so bad.
And then Chibnall's imprint on some of the guest writers' episodes kind of ruined them a bit.
Oh yeah.
The only Chibnall penned episode I thought was even remotely close to being a good story was Rosa, and that's because it had Mallory Blackman helping out.
Yeah,
because some of the jokes were actually funny in that episode.
Then again,
okay,
though,
definitely Mallory
some of the
Blackman
stuff that
who wrote
Chibnall
that
put in
joke.
that episode was the weakest stuff, like Krasko and the bit at the end.
Yeah, I've still Krasko really does my nut in because it's just he's just I am racist because I am racist, and he has no character beyond that. It's would it not actually be more fruitful in an episode that's about racism to explore the causes of racism?
Yeah.
Because that'd actually be something really interesting and important to do.
The one time Chibnall's imprint on the show actually worked was It Takes You Away, because that story was so out there that the character drama actually felt like it was a nice change of pace within the episode.
Yeah, that really worked.
And
That was
also,
actually
like,
some really
honestly,
good
like,
character development. Shock horror.
I fucking despise Battle of Ranskory and what it means to the Series 11. And, like, literally, if Tim Shaw had never returned, so say, for example, he dies in the first episode of Women Fell to Earth, right? And then that whole Battle of Ranskory bullshit never happens, and you just have the series end on Brian and Graham. At the end of It Takes You Away, that would have been so much better than what we got.
I mean, Battle of Ranskory Glass shits on what happened in It Takes You Away, because the whole point of it was Graham was finally getting over his grief,
Absolutely.
learning that he can't just live in a fantasy land where everything's all right, and he's got to come to terms with it.
Like, it's almost like...
And then, in the very next episode, he's like, I want to kill him because he killed my
It's
wife.
like fucking
It's like
Heaven Sent and
completely undoes
Hellbent. It's like Heaven Sent and Hellbent, how Heaven Sent's all about getting over the
it
grief.
is.
And then Hellbent's like,
Absolutely.
no, I've got to save Clara.
God, when It Takes You Away broadcast, I actually did have a bit of hope for the Chibnall era, because I was like, wow, this is actually some good stuff. Like,
Well, the
this
thing is,
proper
when
Doctor
It Takes You Away broadcast, the 3 previous weeks had also been guest writer episodes as well. Like, you had Demons, Kablam,
Yeah, so
and
like, they haven't
Witchfinders.
been great, but they haven't been bad either.
Well, it was a bit of variety
Demons
each
of
week.
Punjab's decent.
It was a bit of variety each week, and they were all better than, like, Saranga Conundrum and Arachnids.
Aside from Maxine Olden, the guest writers did kind of flop in Series 12, though.
I thought Nicola Tesla's Night Terror was decent.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, I forgot about that one. That one's all right.
I'm conflicted on Can You Hear Me? Because I really want to like
boring, man.
I really want to like it because it's interesting, but then you get the Timeless Children, which just, it kind of reveals that Yaz's depression was just a gimmick. Didn't really mean anything.
Yeah. I mean, because the idea in that story was a really great one.
I think Can You Hear Me
all
has
things in the Chibnall era, it was just really boring.
Can You Hear Me has the best exposition in the Chibnall era because it actually has the show don't tell with the you get the animation about the
It's still kind of very exposition-y. I'm not sure I like it.
But at the very least, it was interesting to look at.
Yeah, I suppose so. Rather than just Jodie going, right, here's the Wikipedia article on the Eternals.
Yeah. So one time I was with Enlightenment, I was with Turlo and Tegan. Now we're good friends.
They're good fam. But honestly, in Series 12, which I do actually think is worse than Series 11, like, the only good episode I'd say is Haunting Villa Dear Die. Then the other episode I'd say wasn't bad was Nicola Tesla's Night of Terror. The rest of it I can't stand.
Well, I mean, Series 12 commits worse sins than Series 11, but I find Series 11 more boring to watch. At least Series 12 has a little bit of chaos to it.
But it's not interesting, Kate.
I think
It's not
some
like-
of it is.
It's just like
I think some of it's interesting
it's just
chaos.
banal and boring.
Well,
So once you know what the Timeless Children
the
is
back
like,
half-
well, that was just all.
Okay, the back half.
It's all pointless.
The back half is non-interesting chaos, like Ascension and Timeless Children. Yes, that's very non-interesting chaos. But I find, even though, like, overall I don't like the Timeless Child arc at all, I found the chaos around, like, the Master and also Fugitive of the Jadoon, even though, like, by the end of the series it wasn't satisfying, at the very least it did entertain me as a bit of TV. Whereas with Series 11...
I didn't like the Jadoon because I saw exactly what was happening there. It's the
Well, yeah,
same
like
thing
you
we
said, it's a
saw in
bait
the
and
Muppet
switch.
era,
It's just a
where
bait and
it's an
switch,
episode
right?
that's just trailer. It's just a big trailer for the finale. It has no actual substance of its own.
Mm-hmm. And,
It's shit.
and the biggest problem with that is the finale doesn't deliver at all. So what was the point of it?
Yeah.
And it is, admittedly, it is.
I'm the only person who seems to really hate Fugitive of the Jadoon. That was
Callum
incredibly
hates it.
popular, but I was
Callum
like,
hates
no,
Fugitive
no.
of the Jadoon.
I saw exactly what was happening. Funny enough, I'm fucking right.
Callum hates Fugitive of the Jadoon.
Oh,
Objectively.
well, we agree on that one then.
It is a bait and switch, though, isn't it?
But people seem to always fall for the bait and switches, though.
Oh yeah.
They fell for it every time in
Well,
the Muppet era.
the thing is about
And it's
Fugitive, though, it's not
exactly the same thing here.
The thing is with the Fugitive one, though, it's not, the twist isn't really the bait and switch. It was more so like, who was this woman? And the real twist is like that she was a doctor, and that was the big twist.
Yeah, but that to me doesn't really matter. But it doesn't actually have any real substance in the story. It's just like this character was a character that we haven't met before, that you didn't know who it was.
Mm.
And then that's a mystery, and then the mystery actually has no substantive impact when it's revealed in the Timeless Children.
I quite like
Purely just says, "Oh well, it doesn't matter." So therefore, it just had no substance at all.
I quite enjoyed Jo Martin though. Like she's quite fun.
Oh yeah, I did too. I thought she
Yeah.
was great,
Yeah.
but doesn't fix anything.
Although then you've also got the bit where it's like, look, it's Captain Jack, and he's gonna tell you something important that's later on in the series that would end up being not important. It's a big dinosaur. Honestly, I think you would
Carrie
love
Blyton,
Thunderbirds.
just shut up, Carrie Blyton.
Is Carrie Blyden Classic Who's equivalent to Murray Gold?
Well, no, because Murray Gold actually is competent. Now, Murray Gold actually makes what could be described as good music. Carrie Blyton does not. Like, Murray Gold makes good music, but I don't feel it suits Doctor Who. Whereas Carrie Blyton makes bad music, and it doesn't suit the show.
Okay. That's the most praise you've ever given Murray Gold I've ever heard.
Well, it is. It is technically very good music.
Yeah.
I just don't. There's sometimes it works, but I think most of the time it doesn't actually suit the tone of the individual episodes.
I think I agree with you in regards to like
and it's really overbearing.
The Angel two-parter from series 5. It's definitely like the Angel theme.
It gets worse in Moffat era.
Like the Angel theme from that story is fantastic, but then you get I Am the Doctor, which just invades it and ruins all the horror.
Oh, fucking I Am the Doctor, man. Just kill me. I never want to hear it again. But the thing is, it is a good bit of music, but it's just ruined by
It's
how
so
many times I've
overplayed.
heard it in
It's so
inappropriate
overplayed.
moments.
It's rare when it actually works.
It worked once in the 11th hour, and then after that I was sick of it. Although, as I said, there are some episodes where I think his music does work. And Heaven Sent, which I watched last night, definitely one of those.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Heaven Sent score is
the really
perfect.
the big, loud, overbearing moment that he has, like in so many episodes, it actually feels like it's earned when it reaches that.
I remember when
we
did the series 2 thing on Joey's channel, we talked about how the Girl in the Fireplace score is all purpose built for the episode.
Oh yeah, that's what we need, more purpose built scores. I think they should have multiple composers working on different stories.
Yeah. I also feel like there was a lot more purpose built score for a lot of series 1 because it was all sampled. There was a lot less orchestra, so Murray Gold had a lot more he could work with. It didn't quite sound as crisp, but it was certainly like the way it was constructed was different. And
yeah, I liked most of it because of that. Yeah, I didn't like the big Rose theme. Do, do, do. I think it's a technically good piece of music. I just hated how it was used.
You don't like the character themes.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of those.
But I fucking love the way in Bad Wolf Parting the Ways how he sampled sound from game shows like Weakest Link and all that, and he twisted it and made it all like creepy and dark, and it was brilliant. Like when you listen to if you listen to any game show music from like any generic game show like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, The Chase, or Weakest Link, and you hear like it sounds all like really pitched and electronic, and it's quite it's got a lot of drums in it. And the way it sounds, and you think of that sound, and then you listen to the Bad Wolf Parting the Way score, and the way it just takes that sound and makes it so just it's so good. Like especially there's a lot of game shows that have like vocalists in the background that are like humming away, but then the way that Murray Gold used it in that story, it made the vocalists part of the horror and like the build up.
Yeah, I like the
Yeah.
bit with the Daleks. That was
Yeah,
quite
of
good.
course. And like in the
It's
build
kind of
up,
it was a bit bombastic, but didn't go too far over the top where I still enjoyed it and didn't feel it was
one of my favorite
overbearing.
moments is when in the build up in Bad Wolf when Linda turns the lights on and says Bad Wolf Corporation, it does that same vocal thing, and it's like it's all building up to the moment, you know. I also think Empty Child Doctor Dances has a lot of great like incidental horror music as well.
Haven't seen that one in a couple of years, so I don't really remember.
Well, it's one
That
that
is on the list of New Who I actually rewatched though.
Empty Child Doctor Dances doesn't have any tracks on the CD. It's all like just purpose-built score.
No, there's no intelligent life forms on this planet.
Pompousness of humans. Like, it's true that like apes and dolphins have brains, but they just can't communicate in our language.
It's only really our language that makes us any like that has allowed us to get this civilization.
Mm-hmm. We've basically colonized
Without
all
that,
the
we'd
animals.
just be like apes. All I'm saying is that we're not far off.
Mm.
I'm with the Silurians on this one. We are just horrible, nasty apes.
What I love about it is that the Silurians are a victim race, but they're also really aggressive and savage, which it mirrors the complexities of real life colonization. And this story works so well for like a family audience because you've got, for kids, like the Silurians are so obviously the villains because they're like big green aliens that are like, we shall kill them all. But then if you're an adult and you actually read into the subtext, you actually understand all the complexities of it, and it's brilliant.
I feel as a child, I didn't, because I watched this when I was quite little, and I didn't feel that the Silurians were the bad people. I was with the Doctor. It's like, yeah, there should be peace.
True. Whereas I feel like something like The Hungry Earth, Cold Blood is more like, it's just like really simple for children.
Well, that's just Chibnall for you. He's really patronising with the way he writes.
God, I hate the
Everything
whole, like,
has to be explained.
I hate how they have that, like,
in
that Silurian...
excruciating detail.
They have that, like, Silurian doctor, like, monologue over the episode, like he's some fucking... It's like, similar to, like, Timothy Dalton in The End of Time. It's so weird. It's like, humans as a species have lived on this earth for so long, and now it's time for us to come to an agreement. Also, the other problem with that story compared to this is like the tone of this story and the tone of season 7 fit together perfectly, absolutely perfectly. Whereas The Hungry Earth and Cold Blood is it's like a John Pertwee story concept done in the Matt Smith era, and those go together like chalk and cheese.
Yeah, because Matt Smith's like fairy tale tone.
This is this is the reverse of fairy tale.
Is much more of a this is like dour, cynical science.
It's grounded in earthly.
Dour, cynical sci-fi.
Also, another problem with that story I have is that it's so obvious that it was written for Tennant because the way Matt Smith is directed, it feels like a Tennant ripoff, but it doesn't. It's just so weird.
Not many stories have actually managed to do anything interesting with the Silurians after this story. I think the only other story you can really do with them is showing a world where the humans and Silurians have actually came to an agreement. I want to see that, but they never do it.
Yeah, and the other one would be if they went back to the time when the Silurians were on the Earth.
I mean, there's a VNA that does that, I believe.
I thought Blood Time was pretty good.
Oh, Blood Time's good. That's true.
Yeah.
But I really want to see that story where it's like
a rare moment of comedy in the story.
Together. What problems that pose?
See, I think the Sea Devils is quite overrated. A lot of people say the Sea Devils is great. I think it's overrated.
Oh, I'm with you there, man. I think it's like pretty mediocre, to be honest.
Like
It's just
the
a
best
worse
stuff about
version of this story.
the best stuff about the Sea Devils is to do with the Master, not the Sea Devils.
But this, like, it's basically just this story, but not the characters aren't as good. The plot isn't as nuanced, and it has the master in.
Yeah, like the Master's great, but all the stuff with the Sea Devils is just okay. And it's all like pulp. It's all pulp and no like substance. This
The Sea
story,
Devils don't have actual characters like this one.
whereas this is just it's beautiful. Every minute of it is so. It's just intense. Like, I love it.
I quite like how some of the Silurian characters actually mirror some of the human characters, because you have the scientist one who's like Dr. Quinn, and you have like the one who kills the head honcho he's like what's his face, I forgot the name of the character, but he's right there, the military guy.
It just blows my mind that the designs of the Silurians were this good then, but then in the 80s with Warriors of the Deep, they never didn't look anywhere near as good as this. They looked way more.
And now
like,
they look
rubbery.
terrible.
Well, now like on a it's funny how you talk about like technical level with Murray Gold. Like the Silurians now on a technical level look great. It's just the design is stupid.
But I don't think they even do, really, because it very much looks like I think they look way more like humans in makeup than these look like humans in suits.
That is
But
true.
I think this
Yeah.
actually looks like an alien creature more.
It's crazy how the oldest one is the one that looks the best.
Same with the Sontaran. Although, to be fair, the Nuhu ones aren't bad, despite the baby blue armor.
Well, yeah, they're just very obviously potato men, you know. Whereas with something like
I still think Lynx looks the best.
whereas like, something like the Time Warrior, like it's obvious that it's a prosthetic, but it's scary looking. Like it's really frightening to look at. It's quite uncanny valley.
Anyway, I'm gonna have to leave you now.
All right then. Well, that was great to have you on for that.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Well, have a good rest of the stream. Have a good stream tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to my other disc, aren't I, for part 5? I believe.
Yeah. Yes. So, cheers for having me on.
Awesome. Great. Are you gonna be on tomorrow for Ambassadors or no?
Probably not. I think I've got more on tomorrow.
All right then. Well, I'll have a.
I mean, maybe I will. Maybe I will. It all depends how things go. Maybe I'll join in like a few parts in or something.
All right. Cool. Well, I'll see you then if you
Right. Cheers for having me on.
Awesome.
Bye.
See ya. All right. Time for starting part 5 soon. I'm just gonna chuck this 2 in. Hope you enjoyed the little conversation me and Dylan had for the last 8 episodes of viewing. Just gonna check the chat. No, none of you have said anything. Let's go for Silurian 5. That's what we want. Right, we've only got 3 more episodes and then we can end the stream, and well, that's still going to be quite a bit away. Okay, episode selection part 5. Alright, I've got it paused. Leave a comment and suggestions if you want me to get anyone on tomorrow in the next stream, because I definitely think it's you get more of a conversation going when you got 2 or more people on here. I'm not really sure who to invite on, but it would be cool to get someone else from Ambassadors Inferno as well, but we'll see. Alright. Still got 8 concurrent viewers, that's fantastic. Let's see if the subs have gone up at all. 198, let's try it again. 498 still haven't got to 500. Alrighty. Okay, let's begin. Doctor Who and the Silurians, Part 5, in 3, 2, 1, go. What do you think of our conversation? If you want to leave a comment for that. I love this. He's so ignorant. It's also embodied in like the bald spot being covered by his hair. It just shows how insecure he is. I think this story is really good at showing how the Doctor tries to please both sides but ends up pleasing no one. Yep, the ultimate downfall of a centrist. He's trying to please both sides but pleasing no one in the process. I also love the fact that Liz Shaw's allegiance to this idea isn't based on her allegiance to the Doctor specifically. It's based on her own thoughts around it, on her own beliefs around it. It makes sense. I just love the clashing in this story. It's just this story has one of the best moral dilemmas in the whole show. It's utterly brilliant. One of the best political stories this show's ever done. And again, like the mirroring of the characters, the Silurian characters and the human characters. Oh, this is so good. Like, this is serious Doctor Who done so right. He just has a totally different perspective and can't understand why humans and Silurians can't coexist anymore. Yep. It's all down to tribalism, which is an Earth concept in this universe, as opposed to the Doctor, who's an alien. Using the Doctor's character as a political device, but in a way that's so believable to the character and works flawlessly. Oh, the story is just so good. Again, like I said with Dylan before, it fucking blows my mind. People think the Hungry Earth and Cold Blood is even anywhere close to this, let alone better. This is leagues better than that story. So much better. Sahara Desert. Parts of the world that man can't live on, the Silurians could. Oh, it's so good. Fucking love this story. It's brilliant. It's so brilliant. This is like the perfect opportunity. The Doctor to be like, I know how you two can live together, but it just doesn't happen. It rips them apart. Oh. So good. I'm like kind of creaming over it, but boy, the story is just absolutely brilliant. How all 7 parts just center around this one idea of the humans and Silurians not being able to live amongst each other, but the Doctor desperately wanting them to. It's just the way they portray it through fear, through anxiety, through tribalism, racism, fundamentalism, like the ownership of land. Oh, it's just and then obviously violence and tension and everything. It's just perfect for season 7 too. Doctor just coming to Earth and solving out human problems. For this to be his first one after Spearhead, just great placement. And the way the Brigadier and the Doctor have different ideas, and all the different characters present a different point of view in this story. It's just like, this is how you do politics. This is how you do politics in Doctor Who. This is like, the Chibnall era has no fucking idea how to do it compared to this. This is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You could not find a more justified way to present a message in a story than something like this. This complex, with this many sides, this many perspectives, this many scenarios, this many things that add up to it, and it all makes sense. It's all well written. It's all brilliant. The more I think about this story, the more I love it. It's just... The storyteller has another twist of the plague. Yep. The fucking coronavirus. Oh, Silurian Civil War. So good. So good. Yes. This is such a good story. It's so good. This is part 5, which is like, you would think it would be filler, but it's not. It's not filler. It's all brilliant. Honestly, Malcolm Hulke is one of the best Doctor Who writers ever. Like, he obviously did the War Games with Terrence Dicks. He did this. He did Frontier in Space. He did The Mind of Evil. He did Invasion of the Dinosaurs. Colony in... Oh, no, shit. No, he didn't do Mind of Evil. That was Don Houghton. Anyway, he did Colony in Space, more like, and he did Sea Devils. But, like, this, Frontier, Invasion of the Dinosaurs, and War Games are just... absolutely brilliant stories. Honestly, the only flaw to the story really is just the fucking music. It's just the music. It's so funny. It's kind of charming, I suppose. Oh, yeah. The terror. The absolute terror on the humans' faces. Just thinking about what's going on right now. How long till they phone? Matter of opinion. I love how this guy gives the Brigadier what the Brigadier usually gives the Doctor about the fairy stories. So good. Oh, he's such a prick. But he represents so many people so many bureaucrats, so many of those people that come in and take control and have power. It's just, oh, so real, scary that it's real. And the fact that through all of this, with all these complex politics, it still manages to be a cracking Doctor Who story. Like, it pulls all that off. And Dylan has a point in that 7 episodes is part of how you can pull that off. You have this, you allow the story all that time to breathe so that you can pull off all those elements of the world building and the character building and the story. I love how people being so self-involved and concerned with their own issues results in so much chaos around the world. Yes, literally, this happens all the fucking time. And not just worldwide, but in the small area of people's lives. Being self-involved is part of... Don't want to get into politics. But being self-involved is part of the biggest flaw with people's own power in democracy, in the sense of they're only concerned about themselves, and therefore it ends up crumbling a structure. Whereas what the Doctor's doing is he's much more thinking about everyone. Silurians, the humans, everyone, the benefit of the big picture, whereas you get all these little characters that are all looking out for the benefit of this small circle, and how that clashes. It's... I don't ever really want to get into proper politics on this channel, but this is one of those stories where it's kind of unavoidable. You kind of have to get into politics because it's the heart of the story is surrounded in it, and it's handled with such brilliant execution here. Here we go. He has COVID. It's what Chibnall tried to have in Hungry Earth Cold Blood as well, but it was nowhere near as cool as this. Like in Hungry Earth Cold Blood, it was like the generic like green veins didn't really mean that much to the story. Whereas here, it's like it's a fucking virus. savage tribe kills their own leader. And they just move on. Brutal. Brutal. Who says Pertwee isn't doctorish? What are you talking about? Pertwee embodies the Doctor in this story. Absolutely embodies him. Oh, God, I love that. I love how, like, the Brigadier's, like, looking a bit sideways, like he's, like, saying that he's with the Doctor, but there's still a little bit of that dissension under it. Spreading of the virus. Bessie. First death. Very sudden, too. And it's being spread. Oh boy. What an episode. Part 5 is brilliant. So part 6 there. Alright, let's begin. Oh, hang on. Actually, no. I'm just going to quickly get a water, and then I'll be back for part 6. Doctor Who and the Silurians Part 6 in 3, 2, 1, go. Great title sequence. And now the Plague. If they had like individual episode titles, this one would probably be called The Plague. I love that. The threat of this is so high that Brigadier is willing to pull a gun on a doctor. Like an actual, like a nurse doctor. And now time for the cure. Antibiotics. Sass of Pert. Oh, Liz, the ultimate feminist. The good kind. Platform 9 3/4. fact that the Brigadier is willing to pull a gun on a doctor sets up his actions at the end of the story. Good point. If only the doctor were here to find a vaccine for corona. Jodie Whittaker finding a vaccine for corona. If you have these injections, you'll be alright, fam. Oh, I love how Brigadier's not giving him eye contact at first. He's like, Brigadier at this point has kind of decided what's going to happen. But he's just... He's playing devil's advocate with the doctor at this point. Oh, man. If only the doctor had just spent that little bit more time talking to the Brigadier, figuring out what his plans were. Doctor has never felt more like a scientist than he does in this story. Yep. One of my favourite bit of Doctor Science moments, though, is Daleks in Manhattan when he's going through the little organism and he's like, Scaru. That was great. This thing with like the tribe of the Silurians in the sense of like once you murder the leader you become the leader, which is very reminiscent of tribalism that you get. I love this. This perfectly mirrors coronavirus, an establishment, a company ruined by a disease. Oh, this is so relevant. Lawrence's character is so well built up, the fact that his arrogance won't allow him to admit he's ill is perfectly believable. Absolutely right, you are. All the characters in this are so good. Honestly, the writing for this story is fucking superb. It's off the charts. And this is what I was saying at the start of the stream about season 7, is that even though it doesn't quite have the same charm that the areas of Doctor that I usually gravitate towards to have. However, within what it is, the execution of the stories are so good that it makes up for it. And I find that here with Silurians, like, the writing is just, God, it's just so good. He can't admit that he was in the wrong, yeah, and he doesn't have to as well because he's in a position of power. Pertwee's performance in this is fantastic. Oh, here we go. The disease is everywhere. Imagine if COVID killed people this fast. See, some of the music's really good in this. Not all of it. Some of it's weird, but a lot of it's actually alright. Especially this stuff. God, that's such a creative way to, like, have a massacre as by disease. Like a really brutal, quick disease. Working hard for a cure, but people are just falling and dying. And this is part of the where this tone feels right, with the season 7 being the grounded, real tone, is that the deaths feel permanent and real, and it's like actual death. And it's played so straight-faced, and it's so real. I want to wash your hands a bit more than that, Liz, to be honest. you can just see the wheels turning in the doctor's head all the time. Yep. It's like internal technobabble. I love how this is directed. It's very hectic. It is very hectic. Ooh. Trial and error. See, if this was like now, like they'd have Jodie come up with like a magic solution for it, like really quickly. Whereas here, it's realistic. It's like he's going through a trial and error of all these different experiments, and it feels like a real scientist, you know. And again, like Liz Shaw, being a scientist herself, is helping out here. It's funny how people often don't consider her really a real sort of companion because she doesn't travel in the TARDIS, but she makes for a fantastic science assistant, if you know what I mean. She's a great role to play in sort of like helping the Doctor out with his experiments because she understands it the same way that he does, and they bounce off each other as intellectuals, and that's what I really like about it. It's different. Ooh. Oh, there's so much tension. It's like he's persistently like, no, I'm not going to be sick. I can't be sick. I have to come up with a cure. Yeah, the editing's fantastic. Especially for the 70s. Don't put your hands on your face. This is brilliant. I love how it's like the hair comes down. Kick his ass. Maybe you don't need to. This is such compelling drama, and it's so tense. Eureka! I just love that. Over the course of all the testing, you just see everything crumble and die and rip apart, especially with that bureaucrat character. And now that he's gone and he's out of the picture, it's all down to solving the disease and, again, like, rolling back to, can the humans and Silurians coexist even after this disease has been spread? Will the humans ever forgive the Silurians for this? And oh god, some people will say the disease is padding, but it's not, because the disease gives a justification for the Brigadier to kill them all because they are infecting the humans. But then the Doctor is like adamant about it. No, you must let them live. But then if he lets them live, they might spread more disease and kill more people and take over the Earth like the humans did to them out of revenge. And it's just, oh god, it's just, this is brilliant TV. It's so good. It's so good. Oh man, the morals and the dilemma of this story is, like I said, some of the best we've ever had in the show. And oh man, like I said, I do not understand people that think the Hungry Earth Cold Blood's better than this. It's night and day compared to this masterpiece. Also, I love the world map of the USSR and back then how it was such a massive land of country. I think what's great about establishing Pertwee here as well is that, unlike the previous two Doctors, you actually believe that Pertwee would have the resiliency to go through with all this. I mean, it's not like that they wouldn't want to, but Pertwee has such a resiliency to him. And here we go. Great cliffhanger. And only one episode left. Just when he's about to fucking fix the plot and wanna have the cure to the disease, the Silurians capture him. Oh. Wow. What an episode. What a story. Still got one more left. Oh, man. I'm loving this. Absolutely loving this. This is just gorgeous. Alright, let's flip it over to Silurians Part 7. The moment the Doctor is kidnapped and is unintentionally hilarious, all because of the music, yeah. Kerry Blyton. Alright. We shall begin the final episode of the night before we wrap up, and then we'll be back tomorrow for Ambassadors and Inferno, but we will be watching Doctor Who and the Silurians, episode 7, to conclude tonight's stream in 3, 2, 1, go. I'm ready for this. We need more stories like this these days. can't perfect the formula. He's been captured. Sirens are so intelligent. Still at the scratch. At this point, the human safety is the number one priority for the Brigadier, which this is such a natural build up to the ending from here. There's that little suggestion of the Brigadier thinking, if it means saving the humans, sacrificing the Doctor would be worth it. Oh, I love this. Can't exterminate a whole species. It fits into the whole same moral dilemma from Genesis of the Daleks as well. Oh. Oh. The stress of being a centrist. Revenge. Revenge for the Silurians. It's interesting seeing the Doctor dressed like this. It's very undoctorish. Rita finding out about their plans to further convinces him that destroying them is the right thing to do. This is the thing, it's not the Brigadier being an asshole. The Brigadier has a justification for what he does, and that's the scariest part. Is that him and the Doctor have completely opposite ideas of how to deal with this problem, and yet both are justified. God, this is so intense. Just the eye contact they give each other is just. And also to say that Pertwee isn't manipulative, he absolutely is. He just does it in a different way. Oh, just the gritty intensity of the story is through the roof. I'd argue the same thing for Tenet and Human Nature Family of Blood too. Yeah. Cannot wait for Jake to get to that story. Fusing control the neutron throw. Reverse the polarity. Oh. Oh, there's a hint of sarcasm in there. He's like, job done, but oh man. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. God, knowing what happens, it creates this like Hitchcock tension to it. Oh my god. It's one of the this is one of the darkest endings to any story. And all the build up over the 7 episodes just culminates in that crescendo. These savage beasts that murder their own leaders for power, you feel sympathy for them. That's the power of the story. One of the best scenes in Doctor Who. Oh, what a belter. Oh my word. And we're only halfway. We're only halfway through this season. Oh my God. I mean, what a story. What a masterpiece of a story. I already loved this story before. This has gotta be one of the best of all time. Like, it's so good. I mean, there's a few minor nitpicks, like some of the music's a little bit off. Some of the costumes are a little bit raggedy, could be stitched up better, but overall, what a banger of a story, and what a brilliant moral conflict. Oh, just the whole thing is so well done. So well done. And like Dylan said, it would have been awesome to see the conflict of the Brigadier and the Doctor carry on more heavily into like season 8. It's just a shame that they kind of dropped that a little bit, because this story was a perfect setup for the dissension between the Doctor and Brigadier. It just, oh man, and there's so much justification to it. It's so complex. I love it. What a fucking phenomenal story Doctor Who and the Silurians is. Like, all 7 parts have a purpose. It's got a brilliant build-up, brilliant plot, brilliant characters, and it's just crescendos in a perfect way. It's just, oh man, absolutely fucking brilliant. I can see why it's Joey's favourite TV story. I can see why it's Brian's second. It's just, holy shit, what a great story. Fucking brilliant. Well, oh, I hope you all enjoyed that. Spearhead from Space and the Silurians. Part 1 of the Season 7 marathon. Because I certainly did. I thought it was great fun having Dylan on for a bit, and then really getting to soak in those last 3 episodes by myself was great. And just, oh, wonderful stuff. Like I said at the start of the stream, Season 7 doesn't quite have the same touch of magic that other eras of Doctor Who have, but the execution of what it is doing with the grounded sci-fi stuff is just superb. It's absolutely superb. And this story was no exception. Doctor and the Silurians is, it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. But yeah, I loved that. And I'm really looking forward to getting into the Ambassadors of Death and Inferno tomorrow, because Ambassadors is a story that I liked when I watched it last year, but I want to watch it again and see if it can grow on me a bit more. And then Inferno I haven't watched in a few years. I'm really looking forward to getting into that again. Should be awesome. Yeah. But yeah, that was just, oh, that was brilliant. That was so good. So, anything else any of you want to say before we end the stream? Because I'm happy to hit the stop button here if you want to jump off. But any questions, send them in now before it's too late. If not, I will see you all tomorrow. So just send them in. I will end the stream in about 5 minutes, I'd say. Probably the best idea. Yeah. I'm gonna send out a tweet to Joey and Brian about the Silurians, because I know they'll appreciate that. There we go. Send out a tweet to Joey and Brian. Sure, they'll be happy to see that. But seriously though, like, I genuinely believe that, like, this is one of the best of all time. Doctor and the Silurians, it's just, oh, it's so good. Absolutely brilliant story that is. None of you have sent anything in. Okay. This stream's nearly been going for 6 hours. That's crazy. I think it's not quite as long as the War Games one, because the War Games one had a few breaks between episodes, whereas here we just sort of rapid fire went through them. I'm good for today. See you tomorrow. Ambassadors will be interesting. I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. I remember really liking it, but it's well over a year since I watched it. Yeah, it's... Ambassadors, I think, was definitely... I remember it being quite cold. And in the sense of, like, it was very void of charm. But, you never know, maybe when I watch it again tomorrow, I'll change my mind. But I do remember it being a little bit rough on the viewing, but it was still a good story. But yeah, we'll see what I think. See what I think next time. So, all right then, we will see you all tomorrow for part 2 of the season 7 marathon stream, where we'll be watching The Ambassadors of Death and Inferno. That one's going to be starting at 6:30 p.m. my time, which will be 7:30 a.m. UK time. And hopefully we won't have any delays, and obviously we're going to be starting a bit earlier because we've got longer stories to get through. We've got 2 7-parters. So it's going to be very interesting to see how I get through that. 14 episodes is a lot. But yeah, that should be really interesting. So we'll see you all next time for part 2.